This past summer, a group of us, me and 3 friends, 2 women and another guy, were bored of just sitting around doing nothing, so we decided to go for a hike. I suggested a place I knew about in the countryside where a river meets a small stream. There's a crossing there that leads to a trail going up the mountain to a little pond. On the way, we stopped at a gas station to grab some snacks, drinks, and smokes. The drive was smooth, good vibes all around. When we arrived, there were 2 women near the trail entrance. They seemed really nervous, but we didn't think much of it because we were all a bit buzzed. As we got out, I lit a cigarette and one of the women in our group asked for one. I handed her one and noticed the other woman had these super long, dirty fingernails. It was odd, but I shrugged it off, figuring they might be wanderers or free-spirited types. We started hiking and everything seemed fine. About 15 minutes away from the pond, we noticed 3 men standing off the trail, staring into a hole in the ground about 50 to 100 feet away. They hadn't noticed us because we were joking around and laughing loudly. It was unsettling, but we kept going. Once we reached the pond, we sat down to relax and lit up a blunt. While we were chilling, one of the guys wandered along the edge of the pond, scanning the bank for interesting stuff. He ended up finding a hatchet, clean, almost unnaturally clean, half buried in the dirt. Nearby, about 5 feet away, was an empty can of acetone and a Ziploc bag filled with blood. My friend, who's usually unshakable, was visibly disturbed. First, he didn't say anything and just sat back down with us. After a while, he called us over to see what he'd found. The girls freaked out. One even threw up. I used my shirt to pick up the hatchet, thinking it might be evidence of something serious, but it was spotless, likely cleaned with the acetone. Then I noticed a number written in Sharpie on the blood bag. 19. That really rattled me. I suggested we leave everything and head back. As we walked back, one of the men we'd seen earlier emerged from the bushes just off the trail. He was sweating and looked agitated. Trying to stay calm, I greeted him and asked what he was up to. He said he'd lost his keys the night before and was searching for them. I recognized him immediately by his jacket. It was definitely the same guy. The other 2 men weren't around. He started asking questions, including why one of the girls looked upset. My friend told him to back off and that we didn't want any trouble. The guy lingered for a moment, then started walking behind us, pretending to look for his keys but clearly watching us. We picked up the pace and eventually he stopped following. As we neared the parking lot, we saw the other 2 men sitting by our car, peering inside. I told the girls to stay back by a bench while my friend and I approached. When we asked what they were doing, they gave us the nastiest looks I'd ever seen. One of them, a smaller guy, stepped toward my friend with a smirk and made a disgusting comment about the girls. Without thinking, I punched him in the jaw. The other guy started reaching for something in his pocket, but my friend tackled him to the ground. Suddenly, I heard the girls scream. The man in the jacket was approaching them, just a few feet away from the bench. The girls managed to unlock the car and run toward us. We all jumped in as fast as we could. My friend and I fought off the guys enough to get away, but not before my buddy landed a solid kick to the jacket guy's face, knocking him out cold. We drove home in silence, too shaken to talk. A few days later, one of the girls called me and told me 2 local kids had gone missing the same day we were at the hiking spot. Their homes were only a few miles from where we'd been. None of us reported anything to the police, afraid we'd somehow get implicated. To this day, I don't know if we stumbled upon something criminal or just a series of freaky coincidences, but it still haunts me. If we hadn't acted when we did, I hate to think what could have happened. This story actually belongs to my stepmom and her close friend. I have my own experiences too, but I'm hesitant to share them just yet. I'm hoping that retelling their story might help ease me into sharing my own. My stepmom didn't always get along with us as kids, but she shared this story with my older sister and me when we were younger, partly to scare us into being careful and avoiding dangerous situations. It became the go-to stranger danger story in my family. My stepmom, who I'll call Laura, was a bit of a spoiled teenager in the late 1970s. Her family moved to the US from Australia when she was around 8 or 9. She attended a good high school in a small, picturesque town and made friends with a girl named Anna. Anna wasn't part of Laura's usual circle of popular, trendy kids, but they got along well. Anna introduced Laura to outdoor activities like hiking, fishing, and camping, things Laura would never have done on her own. There's even a hilarious photo of Laura on a camping trip, looking miserable with smudged mascara and a scowl. One Sunday, when Laura and Anna were about 16 and 17, they decided to hike in some hills about an hour from their town. Laura laced up what were undoubtedly expensive hiking boots, and the two of them drove to the trailhead. Anna parked in a large dirt clearing with simple wooden markers for parking spaces. They were the only car there, though that fact didn't seem important at the time. Instead of following the trail, Anna decided they should blaze their own path up the hill, which annoyed Laura. The hike wasn't remarkable except for Laura's constant complaints about the heat and bugs. By the time they reached the top, Laura was done and insisted on resting before heading back down. On their way down, they opted to follow the road rather than the uneven trail, hoping for an easier descent. Not long after, an old, rusty blue pickup truck pulled up beside them. The driver, a man with a scruffy beard, long unkempt hair, and a baseball cap, rolled down the passenger window. He greeted them with a friendly smile and asked if they needed a ride back to their car. Laura found him charming, even attractive, and despite Anna's unease, Laura convinced her to accept the ride since it was only supposed to be a short drive. The girls climbed in after the man directed them to sit in the back seat. The truck smelled of dirt and old wood, and there was a coil of rope on the floor along with several rolls of plastic sheeting poking out from under the front seat. Anna noticed these details immediately but kept quiet, not wanting to alarm Laura. As they drove, Anna's discomfort grew. When she asked how much longer it would be, the man casually replied that he was taking a different route and needed to stop somewhere first. After another 10 minutes, the truck pulled into a clearing with a small, weathered cabin. There was a stump with an axe embedded in it near the cabin door. The man told them to stay put while he went inside to grab something. As soon as he disappeared into the cabin, Anna turned to Laura, urging her to get out of the truck. Laura, worried about appearing rude, hesitated. Frustrated, Anna followed her back to the truck and tried again to convince her to leave. That's when they spotted something that froze them both. A hatchet on the floor under the driver's seat, its blade stained with what looked like dried blood. Finally realizing the danger they were in, the girls bolted into the woods, running as fast as they could. They didn't stop until they were deep enough into the forest that the cabin was no longer visible. Anna led them in what she hoped was the direction of the trailhead, all the while trying to calm Laura, who was sobbing uncontrollably. When they reached the edge of the parking area, they spotted their car, but the truck was there too, parked facing the opposite direction. They ducked behind some bushes to observe. After a few tense minutes, they saw the man emerge from the back seat of their car. He shut the door, scanned the woods, and then walked back to his truck. The girls waited, holding their breath, until he drove off. As soon as he was out of sight, they sprinted to their car, jumped in, and sped away without even closing their doors properly. They didn't stop driving until they were safely back home, shaking and overwhelmed by what had just happened. A while back, my boyfriend and I were lounging at home, feeling bored, when we decided to go on a hike. Hiking wasn't something we did often, but the idea sounded appealing. Even though there was just under an hour of daylight left, We figured it would be enough time for a short hike before it got dark. We quickly filled our water bottles, grabbed the sturdiest shoes we had, and headed out the door. Driving into the hills near my area, we passed several trails. Most of the time, we stuck to the lower paths where others usually walked, but that day we decided to venture farther up the hillside. A friend had once mentioned a trail farther along, and we thought it would be fun to try it. Keeping the time in mind, we figured we'd explore a bit, enjoy the scenery, and head back before it got too late. When we arrived, the starting point of the trail was empty. There weren't any other cars parked nearby. It seemed a little unusual, but we brushed it off since it was late in the day. We estimated we still had about 45 minutes before nightfall, so we set off. The trail began with a steep downhill slope, followed by an equally steep climb back up. After that, the path evened out, making for an easier walk. We spotted a lone coyote off in the distance and a few rabbits darting around nearby. I joked about how the rabbits should watch out for the coyote, earning a playful shove from my boyfriend. About half a mile into the trail, we came across a large fallen tree stretched across a dry stream bed. It looked sturdy, so we climbed on it, rested for a while, and took some photos before continuing. A little further down the path, I heard something rustling in the bushes behind us. The sound startled me, but we kept going. Whatever caused it seemed larger than a rabbit, which made me uneasy. Soon after, I decided it was time to turn back. The sun was starting to set, and the light was fading fast. My boyfriend agreed, and we turned around to head back to the car. When we reached the fallen tree again, my boyfriend stopped to tie his shoelace. While doing so, he glanced back along the trail. For the first time, we noticed someone. A figure dressed in black, with a hood pulled over their head, walking at a steady pace far behind us. It didn't seem strange at first. After all, lots of people wear dark clothes, especially when it's cold. But something about the person's presence made my boyfriend more alert. He told me about the figure, and we decided to pick up our pace. As we moved through a winding section of the trail, we lost sight of the figure and assumed they had fallen behind. But soon after, we saw them again, this time much closer, only about 50 feet away. This startled us, especially since we had been walking faster. Without exchanging a word, we both instinctively started to run. With the trailhead now within sight, we slowed briefly to catch our breath. My boyfriend turned around and saw the figure again. This time, they abruptly stopped running when he looked back, as if trying to seem like they were just walking. Alarmed, he shouted, "Go!" And we both sprinted downhill. The fading light barely penetrated the dense trees around us. The steep downhill path made it hard to run without stumbling, but we pushed forward, slipping on loose rocks and brushing against overgrown branches. Somehow, we avoided falling. We didn't dare look back. When we reached the bottom, we faced the final uphill climb back to the trailhead. Pushing ourselves, we made it up the incline and reached the car. My boyfriend jumped in and started the engine, his hands trembling. As he reversed onto the road, the figure appeared at the edge of the trail. For the first time, we got a clear look at them. The hood had slipped off, revealing a pale face and lifeless eyes. They were breathing heavily and holding something in their hand, though it was too dark to make out what it was. We didn't stick around to find out. My boyfriend shifted into drive and sped off, leaving the figure standing in the dim light of the trailhead lantern, fading into the distance behind us. Earlier this spring, I decided to go camping in a forest about 4 hours away from my home. There was a small, peaceful lake I often visited, quiet and secluded, almost like a hidden gem. It was the perfect escape whenever I needed a break from everything. When I arrived and set up camp on the first day, the place was completely empty, which was typical. The lake wasn't very large and was bordered by a grassy shore, with dense woods surrounding it. From my campsite, I could see the entire lake. Not long after I finished setting up, I noticed someone emerge from the woods on the far side. It was a man who pitched his tent not far from the shore. He looked like an ordinary camper, minding his own business at first. As the sun began to set, I noticed him making his way around the lake toward my campsite. He approached with a friendly smile and introduced himself as Thomas. He mentioned he'd spotted me from across the lake and thought he'd come over to say hello since it was rare for anyone else to be out here. We started chatting and quickly found common ground. Thomas said he was 27, close to my age, and told me he liked this place because of how quiet it was. After about half an hour of conversation, he went back to his side of the lake as night began to fall. The next morning, we crossed paths again and ended up hanging out for most of the day. Thomas brought over a few beers, and we sat by the shore, exchanging stories and enjoying the calm atmosphere. By evening, we returned to our separate campsites. As I sat by my small campfire later that night, I thought about how great it was to meet someone like Thomas. He seemed like the ideal camping companion. It was getting late, so I began preparing to extinguish the fire and head to bed. That's when I noticed Thomas walking toward me again. His campfire had gone out earlier, so I assumed he'd already turned in for the night. But there he was. "Hey, everything okay?" I asked as he walked up. He smiled, looking like his usual self, and said he'd found a spot with an incredible view and thought I might want to see it. I hesitated, mentioning how late it was, but he insisted that it was worth checking out at night. His excitement was contagious, and I figured, why not? Camping is all about adventure, right? I followed Thomas to the other side of the lake, and soon we were walking through the woods. There was no trail, and I realized Thomas must have been here before to navigate so confidently in the dark. After about 15 minutes, he slowed down and pointed ahead, saying, "There it is." When I stepped forward to look, I didn't see a scenic view. Instead, there was an old, weathered RV, abandoned and covered in moss. Rust had eaten away at the sides, and it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Confused, I turned to Thomas, but his demeanor had changed. His expression was cold and distant. He didn't look like the same person. "What is this?" I asked nervously. He didn't reply. Suddenly, I heard the creak of a rusty door swinging open behind me. Before I could process what was happening, someone else rushed out of the RV. My instincts took over, and I bolted into the woods. I could hear Thomas and the other person chasing after me, but I pushed myself to run faster, weaving through the trees until their footsteps faded. By the time I stopped, I was completely lost. The forest seemed endless, and I had no idea where I was. I kept moving through the darkness, using the faint light of dawn to guide me. Eventually, I found my way back to the lake, but when I reached my campsite, everything was gone. It looked as though I'd never been there. I stayed hidden and made my way back to the main trail, then to my car. Once I was safe, I reported the incident to the local authorities, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. They never mentioned finding anything, and I doubted they even searched. Thinking about what might have happened that night still sends chills down my spine, but I'm grateful I managed to escape before finding out. I was trekking along a route I'd discovered in Evergreen Mountain Reserve. It was a round-trip trail that typically took 3 days to reach the end and 3 days to return. I didn't know much about the trail or how frequented it was, but with these long backpacking journeys, you rarely encounter many people anyway. On the 3rd day of my hike, I passed by one of the campsites and noticed a man sitting by his tent. I decided to take a break, and we chatted for a bit. He mentioned he was staying there for the night and planned to head to the trail's summit the next day. I told him I was heading there that same day and might see him when he arrived. Shortly after, I continued on my way and reached what would be my campsite for the next 2 nights. The view was breathtaking. something I had never experienced before, and made the journey worth it. For the rest of the day, I didn't see anyone pass through. When night fell, I realized I was still the only one camping there. I thought about the man I'd met at the campsite a day behind me. He had said he would reach the summit that day, but he never arrived. I figured he might have decided to turn back or spend another day at the campsite where we'd met. The next morning, I packed up to head back the way I'd come, though I got a late start. My goal was to at least reach the same campsite where I'd seen the man. I was unusually sore, which slowed me down, and before I realized it, the sun had set. I put on my headlamp and continued walking for about an hour after dark until I reached the campsite. The man's tent was still there, set up just as it had been, as though he had never left. Knowing he planned to move on and aware that staying at one site for days while backpacking is unusual, I called out to see if he was okay. There was no response. I moved closer and said I just wanted to check on him. The flap of his tent was partially open, but it was empty inside. A chill ran through me, and I felt uneasy. I looked around, but there was no sign of him anywhere, until I noticed a faint glimmer in the distance. A dim light flickered far off in the woods. Curious, I walked toward it, going about 40 yards from the tent. The source turned out to be a headlamp lying on the ground, its light so weak it was almost out of batteries. That's when I realized someone was watching me. About 10 yards away, a figure stood, clearly trying to stay hidden. My gut told me this wasn't the man I had met. Feeling unnerved but trying to stay calm, I called out, "Hello? Do you need help?" The person didn't move or respond. "I'm sorry, I'll leave," I stammered, then quickly returned to the tent. Fortunately, I hadn't unpacked my gear yet, so I threw on my backpack and started walking away. As I left the campsite, the faint light in the woods suddenly turned off. I kept moving, covering another 3 miles to the next campsite. Once I had signal, I reported what had happened. Unfortunately, it turned out to be as I had feared. The man I'd met was missing. There were barely any clues for authorities to follow, and in such remote wilderness, searches are incredibly challenging. Whoever that person was out there remains the biggest mystery. They may hold the key to understanding what happened, though most people suspect the worst. There's a forest near the small town where I grew up, filled with trails and camping spots. A few years ago, I visited my family for a week and decided to go camping. The gear I had wasn't fancy, but I wasn't planning anything extreme. Just wanted to find a quiet spot and camp for a night or two. I picked a random trail and followed it. I knew most trails in this area led to a pond a few miles in, so I thought I'd end up there. But by the time I hit mile 5 or 6, I realized it was going somewhere else. I was intrigued to see where it led, but after hours of walking, it felt like I was on an endless path that went nowhere. Eventually, my legs started to tire, so I found a small clearing off the trail to set up camp. It was almost dusk, so I was racing against the setting sun to get everything in place and start a fire. I managed to get the fire going just in time, lighting up a good distance around the campsite, but not enough to go further than 15 to 20 feet from my tent. I sat down, boiled some water, and made some tea to relax for the night. It's hard to tell the time out there, but after about an hour, it was well past dark when I heard someone walking down the trail. At first, I thought it might be an animal, but as they got closer, I could tell it was definitely a person. I couldn't make out much detail, but I could see a tall figure with a backpack. They didn't stop, just kept walking down the trail past my campsite. The sound of their footsteps faded into the distance. It struck me as strange that they didn't have a flashlight and were out hiking so late at night. But they had a large backpack, so I figured they knew what they were doing, and I didn't think much more of it. I stayed by the fire for another hour before letting it burn out and getting into my tent to try and sleep. A few hours later, I woke up needing to pee. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't get comfortable. So I unzipped the tent, stepped out, and walked about 20 feet from the campsite. After finishing, I turned to go back, but I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. In the dim moonlight, I couldn't make it out clearly, but I knew it was a person. I walked cautiously back to the tent, scanning the trees around me. I reached in for my backpack, grabbed my flashlight, and turned it on. Immediately, I saw a figure standing by the trail. It was the same tall person I had seen earlier, but as soon as they noticed the light, they quickly darted behind a tree, vanishing into the shadows. It went silent again. I sat there for a moment, shining the flashlight around but seeing nothing. It was clear to me then that I needed to leave, fast. I packed up what I could, leaving behind my cheap tent, and started walking back down the trail. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the person, I was even more frightened. There was no sign of them anywhere. I didn't know if they were still watching me or if they had followed me, but I kept my flashlight on and moved cautiously through the trees, scanning every shadow. As I continued, the sky started to lighten with the first signs of dawn. I made it back without incident, but when I got home, I looked up the trail I had taken. I found out it wasn't even an official trail, it was just an unmarked path. Maybe it had been someone like me, just wandering off the beaten track. But that still doesn't explain why they were stalking my camp. How long had they been watching me? I can't shake the feeling that night was supposed to be my last. The fact that I left when I did is probably the only reason I made it out safely. Since Jess and I moved to the southeastern region of Australia, the vast stretches of wild nature always seem to call us. There's something about the rugged landscape and untamed wilderness that gets under your skin. That's why, when we decided to visit the Kendall Valley in the Victorian Highlands for a camping trip, it felt like we were answering an ancient call. As I packed up our four-wheel drive, a rush of excitement flooded through me. The Highlands are a serious place. They remind you just how small you really are in the grand scheme of things. I double-checked our list: food, water, tent, rifle for protection, and, most importantly, extra fuel on the roof racks. We were about to immerse ourselves in a land where mobile phones don't work, and the only sounds are the birds overhead. "Ready," Jess called, her voice full of excitement. She's always been the more adventurous one between us. "Almost," I replied, securing the last of the gear. I paused to inform the local police station of our whereabouts, a safety measure you never skip when heading into the unknown. The drive to the Highlands was an adventure in itself. Jess played DJ, mixing classic rock and new indie tunes, which felt oddly out of place with the ancient land around us. The terrain grew more rugged, and civilization quickly became a distant memory. Our conversation faded as we both became absorbed in the beauty of the wilderness. When we arrived in Kendall Valley, I was struck by its raw grandeur. It's an amphitheater of nature, with towering mountains surrounding the valley and a river winding through the middle. It felt like stepping into another world, one that hadn't changed in thousands of years. We found a quiet spot by the river, tucked under eucalyptus trees, and set up camp. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of eucalyptus and the soft murmur of the river. Since it was midweek, the solitude was palpable. We were alone, or so we thought. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting long shadows, we sat by the fire. Jess roasted marshmallows, the simple act bringing an unexpected joy. "This is perfect," Jess said, her eyes glowing in the firelight. I nodded, feeling a peace I hadn't experienced in a long time. Out here, away from the hectic pace of the world, I felt like we could breathe again. But as the night deepened, a sense of unease crept in. Maybe it was the vastness of the wilderness, or the stories I'd heard of the Highlands, the tales of people getting lost and never being found. I pushed those thoughts away, unwilling to spoil the moment. We were here to escape, to find freedom from worries. But as I would soon discover, the Highlands had other plans for us. Plans that would challenge our courage, our resolve, and our understanding of what it means to truly be alone. The first night in Kendall Valley felt like a dream under the stars. Jess and I sat by the fire, talking, our words flowing like the river beside us. But when the fire died down and we crawled into our sleeping bags, the dream began to shift, slowly turning into something unsettling. In the middle of the night, I woke to a soft thud, like something had been knocked over. I lay there, listening to the silence that followed, my heart racing with mild concern. Was it just a possum or a wombat? We were in their territory, after all. I convinced myself it was nothing and went back to sleep. Morning came, serene and calm, but the sense of unease lingered. Our campsite had been subtly disturbed. The chairs by the fire were rearranged, and there, on the ground, was a loaf of bread half-eaten, with a clear bite mark. I could have sworn I'd packed it away last night. "Did you sneak a midnight snack?" I joked, but Jess's confused expression told me something was off. We both knew something wasn't right. As we inspected the area, I noticed footprints near our vehicle. They weren't ours. They circled the car, as if someone had been snooping around, maybe even trying to get inside. My mind raced. Could someone have been here before us? But the clear impressions in the soft dirt suggested otherwise. I could see the unease building in Jess. She's tough, but she has an uncanny ability to sense when things are wrong. "Should we leave?" she asked, voicing the question that had been nagging at me since dawn. I hesitated, weighing the safety of packing up and moving against the effort it would take to find a new spot. "Let's stay. It's probably just wildlife or a curious hiker," I said, though I wasn't entirely convinced. As the day went on, we tried to shake off the odd discoveries from the morning. We hiked and explored, hoping to recapture the peace we had when we first arrived, but it didn't feel the same. The solitude now felt less comforting. That night, as we sat by the fire, the silence in the valley seemed heavier, charged with tension. Every crackle of the fire, every rustle of leaves in the bushes, made my nerves flare. Jess noticed it too, her eyes flicking nervously into the darkness beyond the firelight. Just as I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, it happened again. A noise in the night. This time, it was clearer. Something was moving at our campsite. I grabbed the flashlight, my heart racing, and scanned the darkness. Nothing. There was no sign of anyone, no animal, just the trees, the river, and the night. But the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, was overwhelming. I didn't mention my fears to Jess. I didn't want to worry her more. We retreated to our tent, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound felt amplified, every shadow a potential threat. The vastness of the Highlands reminded me just how exposed we were, and I couldn't shake the feeling that our presence here wasn't as unnoticed as we had thought. The next day dawned bright and clear. Jess and I tried to brush off the unease from the previous night, but it lingered. I decided to visit an old homestead nearby, a crumbling relic from the valley's past, while Jess stayed at camp reading. The homestead stood solemnly against the backdrop of the mountains, its walls holding secrets. One of those secrets was a murder from 1917. I felt like I was stepping into a chapter of history. I spent time photographing the place, letting the mystery soak in. Halfway back to camp, lost in thought, I saw Jess walking toward me, her pace hurried. When she reached me, she looked frantic. "I saw him," she said before I could even ask, "down by the river while I was doing the dishes. There was an old man on the other side, with a weathered face and ragged clothes. He looked at me, and then he just disappeared into the bush." My mind raced with questions. Who was he? How had he gotten there? The valley was remote, difficult to reach without serious effort. And why had he vanished so quickly? It seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen. We hopped into our vehicle, desperate to understand what was happening. We drove around the valley, scanning for any sign of the man or other campers, but it was completely empty. Back at camp, the unease from earlier only deepened. The rifle I had brought for protection against wildlife now felt more necessary than ever. Jess and I exchanged uneasy words, trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe he's just a hermit living off the grid, I suggested, or a bushwalker like us, but a bit more rugged. But as the darkness closed in again, every sound in the night seemed ominous. The crackling fire, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, all seemed to whisper secrets about the valley, secrets we weren't meant to know. Sleep evaded us again. The fabric of our tent felt like a thin barrier against the wilderness outside. The night felt alive with unseen eyes, and in the back of my mind, the image of the old man lingered, his ghostly presence haunting the wilderness. The next morning, a sense of dread clung to our camp. The previous day's encounter felt like a shadow hanging over us. Jess and I moved about silently, our usual energy drained by the uncertainty. We decided to leave, but as we packed, a strange reluctance held us back. It was as if leaving would mean admitting that we were scared, that the wilderness had defeated us. Jess needed to use the portable toilet set up a little ways from the camp, so I accompanied her. The short walk through the trees, once a pleasant stroll, now felt like a cautious venture into the unknown. When we returned, we froze in our tracks. There, standing by our campsite, was the old man. The same weathered face, the same ragged clothes. Jess gripped my arm tightly. The man didn't seem surprised to see us, as if our appearance was part of his routine. "Good day, mate," he greeted, his voice gravelly but not unfriendly. I was too stunned to speak at first. "Where did you come from?" I asked. He gestured vaguely towards the valley. "Just over yonder. You lot aren't hunting around here, are you?" His eyes flicked toward the rifle. The conversation that followed was surreal. He spoke of his long attachment to the valley, his visits stretching over decades. He mentioned the scarcity of deer, hinting, "I'm not scared of anything," I shouted to my brother as I slammed my car door, the defiance in my voice aimed more at myself than him. The cold mountain air bit at my face as I turned back, glancing at his worried expression. He stood on the porch, holding my jacket with a smirk on his lips, but his eyes were filled with concern. "Don't forget about the skinwalkers, witches, and werewolves, all the things you should be afraid of," he called out, his voice tinged with sarcasm but laced with real worry. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the jacket from him. "I'm not a kid anymore, Alex. I can handle a few nights in the Rockies," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. It wasn't convincing even to me. I climbed into my old, rusty Ford and shouted, "I'm not scared," before driving off. In my rearview mirror, the mountains loomed in the distance, their outlines dark against the fading light of the setting sun, like ominous teeth ready to snap down. As I drove, the familiar sights of home faded into a blur of green and brown. Lately, I had been sinking into a deep depression, the kind that made getting out of bed feel like a monumental task. Dark thoughts about ending it all would circle around my mind like vultures. I needed an escape, something drastic to break the loop of despair. Mark had suggested solo camping, hoping the wilderness and silence might clear my head. He gave me a list of spots, each more isolated than the last. I picked the most remote one, a campsite 3 hours from the last known spot, deep in the Rocky Mountain National Forest. It seemed perfect. No people, no noise, just me and nature. Mark's reaction when I told him where I was going stuck in my mind. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice shaky with concern. I just nodded in response. "Okay, but remember, "It's pretty secluded for a first-timer," he said, shrugging. "It's beautiful out there, but be careful." The drive up was strangely calming, the road winding gently through the trees, leading me higher into the mountains. Felt like a journey into the unknown, an adventure. I decided to leave all electronics behind for this trip, locking my phone in the glove box. I wanted to be fully present, to focus on the now, not the past or future. My plan was simple: 5 days and 4 nights in the wild, hoping it would help me reset, give me a chance to reflect on my life. As I entered Estes Park, the gateway to my adventure, I fought the temptation to check into a hotel. Instead, I found the entrance to the park and continued on to the lot near my campsite. The sun was setting fast, and I cursed myself for leaving so late. The last light was quickly fading as I sat in my car, contemplating whether to hike 3 hours in near darkness. There were 4 other tents in the lot, with room for 1 more, so I set up my tent amidst families and children who were laughing and sharing food. They offered me hot dogs, s'mores, and beers, and I accepted with gratitude, feeling a momentary sense of community. As I settled into my sleeping bag, I felt at ease, until the campfire's light dimmed and the night deepened. I lay there staring into the blackness, unable to shake the feeling that this was just the calm before the storm. Morning came, and the mountains seemed to push all my worries aside, if only for a moment. The air was crisp, scented with pine, and as I stepped out of my tent, the sun was peeking over the peaks, casting golden light across the land. The campsite was already busy, kids laughing, parents cooking breakfast. It was a picture of normality, and it comforted me. I packed my gear, feeling less anxious. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea after all. The hike ahead would be long, but the thought of complete solitude in the wilderness was tempting, like a pull I couldn't resist. The trail was well marked at first, winding through towering pines and past small, babbling streams. I passed a few other hikers, exchanging brief nods, but as I ventured deeper, the trail began to fade, and the noise of civilization vanished. The Rockies embraced me in a silence that was heavy, almost oppressive. In this isolation, I became acutely aware of every breath, every step. It was both exhilarating and intimidating. By the time I reached my campsite, it was late afternoon. I set up my tent in a small clearing, alone in the wilderness, just as I had hoped. No one was around. As night fell and I lit a fire, I tried to relax, but the shadows seemed to stretch and move around me, the darkness deeper than anything I'd experienced before. The sounds of the forest felt wrong, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the occasional snap of twigs. It was as if the forest itself was watching me. I crawled into my tent, telling myself it was just paranoia, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound seemed amplified, every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch. I was on edge, wondering if I had made a mistake coming here alone. When dawn finally broke, it brought with it a crushing realization. I was alone in the Rockies, surrounded by untamed wilderness, and vulnerable. I hurriedly packed up my camp, the isolation I had sought now feeling more like a weight on my chest. The hike ahead felt endless, the trail twisting and turning through a labyrinth of trees and rugged terrain. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that eyes were watching from the shadows. As the sun dipped lower, I realized I had lost my way. Panic set in as I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest looked the same in every direction. It was almost dark when I stumbled upon a small clearing and set up my tent with trembling hands. The darkness felt alive, suffocating. I built a fire, but the flames seemed to mock me, casting long, grotesque shadows. The night felt wrong, and I could sense the forest closing in around me. Then, as I lay in my tent, the unmistakable sound of footsteps reached my ears. Not the light tread of an animal, but heavy, deliberate footsteps, drawing closer. I froze. My heart raced as the footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I could hear my own breath, shallow and quick, but the figure outside remained silent. Then, just as quickly, the footsteps disappeared. I lay there, holding my breath, listening to the darkness. The next morning, I packed up quickly, feeling like a prisoner in the wilderness. The fear that had gripped me during the night hadn't faded, and as I left my camp behind, the forest seemed to shrink, closing in tighter with every step. Hours passed, and then, just as the sun set, I heard a distant scream, a human cry filled with terror. My feet moved before my brain could catch up, and I ran towards the sound. But as I neared, the scream morphed into a laugh, deep and unsettling, echoing through the trees. I froze. It was a trap, a trick of the forest. I turned and ran back the way I came, panic rising in my chest. When I reached my campsite, I grabbed my things in a frenzy, not caring about packing properly. The mountains loomed over me, their jagged peaks ready to swallow me whole. As I dismantled the tent, I froze. There, sitting in the corner, was a figure. It looked like me, but it wasn't. This doppelganger was gaunt, its eyes hollow and black, its grin wide and unnatural. Blood trickled from its eyes. I stumbled back in horror, and the laughter returned, filling the air. Without hesitation, I ran, driven by raw terror, pushing through the forest, ignoring the pain of branches scratching my skin and roots tripping me. Then, a light blinded me. I collided with something solid. A man, arms outstretched, trying to calm me down. He was dressed in a black suit, oddly out of place in the wilderness. He introduced himself as a park ranger and offered to drive me back to my car. Desperation made me accept, though something felt off about him. His SUV, matte black, idled nearby, its engine growling in the quiet woods. As we drove, I asked him if he was really a ranger, but before he could answer, the SUV jolted to a stop. Ahead of us stood my doppelganger, its broken limbs waving. The ranger muttered something under his breath, and without a second thought, he drove straight into it. The impact was sickening, but the laughter faded away. As we reached the parking lot, the first rays of dawn broke over the mountains. The ranger handed me my bag and a black card with a single number on it. He drove off before I could ask him any questions. I stood there, alone, the card in my hand, feeling the weight of what I had just experienced. I climbed into my car and drove away, leaving the Rockies behind. But the terror lingered, a shadow that would never quite leave my mind. Back home, my brother was waiting for me, relief flooding his face when he saw me. I wanted to tell him everything, to explain the madness I had gone through, but the words wouldn't come. How could I explain the unexplainable? So I just shrugged and said the trip wasn't for me. I preferred the cities. The first light of dawn was stretching over the peaks of the Cascades as I packed my trusty old SUV with camping supplies. There's something about the fresh, brisk air of the Pacific Northwest that always stirs a flood of memories. I'm not the energetic camper I once was, but the call of the wilderness, those towering mountains and sprawling woodlands, still pulls at my heart. Solitude has always been my sanctuary, a quality that's deepened with age. The simple pleasure of sitting in my backyard with a drink as the sun sets has become more appealing over the years. Yet, here I was, embarking on my yearly journey into the wild, driven by a blend of nostalgia and an irresistible need for nature's calm. As I drove toward the trailhead, I drifted into reflection, recalling countless past trips. Life seemed simpler then, or maybe that's just the lens of nostalgia playing tricks. The road felt familiar, each turn drawing me closer to a world far removed from daily life's routines. Arriving at a small, secluded dirt lot, I parked the SUV. Stepping out, I inhaled deeply, letting the pine-scented air fill my lungs. The trailhead lay just ahead, a narrow path that snaked through dense thickets and towering trees, offering occasional glimpses of the rugged terrain that made the Cascades so breathtaking. I hoisted my backpack, its weight a comforting reminder of the journey ahead, and started down the trail. The ground beneath my boots was a mix of soft earth and scattered stones, a testament to the untamed nature of the area. Above me, birds chirped in a symphony, their songs a refreshing contrast to the silence I was used to at home. The hike to the campsite felt shorter than I remembered, or maybe I was just more eager. The clearing was perfect, a cozy spot surrounded by a natural wall of evergreens. Setting up my tent, my seasoned hands worked with ease, though my joints complained more than they used to. A sense of peace settled over me, the kind you can only find in nature's embrace. Sitting on a fallen log, I took a moment to soak in the solitude. This was why I came, to disconnect and lose myself in the wild's raw beauty. With the sun still high, curiosity nudged me toward a side path. I had heard about an overlook nearby that offered stunning mountain views. Grabbing water and a few essentials, I followed the narrower, more rugged trail, a thin ribbon of dirt cutting through dense foliage. When I reached the overlook, the sight was breathtaking. The mountains stretched endlessly before me, a patchwork of greens and grays punctuated by jagged peaks. I sat at the edge, transfixed by the grandeur. Time slipped by as the sun made its slow arc across the sky. Returning to the campsite, a subtle change in the air stopped me in my tracks. Something felt off. My tent, which I was sure I had zipped, now hung slightly open. A chill ran through me, not from the cool air but from the realization that I might not be as alone as I thought. Dusk descended, casting long shadows across the clearing. The woods, usually a place of comfort, felt unusually silent. I dismissed the unease, convincing myself it was just paranoia. But the feeling lingered, a quiet tension that wouldn't dissipate. The fire crackled as I brewed tea, the steam curling in the cool air. Yet the night's quiet felt heavier than usual, oppressive even. Then I heard it, a soft crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. My heart raced as I strained to see through the darkness. The sound wasn't from an animal. It was deliberate, human-like. The footsteps didn't come closer. Instead, they circled, just outside the firelight's reach. My pulse quickened, but my voice felt trapped. Gripping the handgun I'd reluctantly brought, I stood, scanning the darkness. The footsteps eventually stopped, replaced by the natural night sounds. But the damage was done. The woods I loved felt changed, shadowed by an unseen presence. Long into the night, I sat by the fire, listening for more sounds, but nothing came. The once comforting darkness now seemed to conceal something menacing. Eventually, I decided to pack up. Leaving the tent behind, I shouldered my bag and headed for the trail. The woods were silent as I walked, but the feeling of being watched lingered. Reaching the SUV felt like stepping into a sanctuary. Locking the doors, I drove away, leaving behind the darkness and its mysteries. Back in civilization, I reported the experience to local authorities. They were sympathetic but offered no answers. The woods, once my refuge, had shown me a side I wasn't prepared for, a reminder of nature's unpredictability and the secrets it holds. I haven't returned to that campsite. Maybe one day I'll go back, but for now, I'm content to admire the wilderness from afar, respecting its beauty and its shadows. The first light of dawn was just brushing the horizon when Mark and I loaded the last of our supplies into the back of my dusty old truck. The air was crisp, hinting at the scorching day ahead, typical for a summer morning in the rugged forests of Montana. I felt a familiar rush of excitement, the kind that only comes when you're about to leave the noise of civilization behind and immerse yourself in the untamed outdoors. Mark, as always, was grinning ear to ear, his wiry frame practically buzzing with energy. He'd been my closest friend since middle school, sharing my passion for nature. Now both of us, juniors at the local university, had been planning this camping trip ever since the snow started to thaw. Our destination was a hidden lake about 2 hours away, a perfect retreat to disconnect and recharge. The drive passed in near silence, interrupted only by bursts of laughter at our shared inside jokes. When the paved road gave way to a bumpy dirt path and finally ended at the trailhead, it felt like stepping into another world. The forest was dense, its towering trees seeming to close in around us as we began the hike. The trail wasn't much of a path, more like a suggestion, but that's what we loved about it. Wildflowers splashed color across the landscape, and the sound of hidden brooks added a serene soundtrack. We spoke little, each lost in our thoughts, savoring the peace that only nature provides. It was just past noon when the trees opened up to reveal the lake. There it was, calm and untouched, a flawless mirror reflecting the vibrant blue sky and lush green hills. We both stopped, taking in the scene in silence. Moments like these made the stresses of college life fade away. We chose to set up camp under the trees near the edge of the lake, a spot that offered both privacy and an incredible view. Once the tents were up, we rested our legs, grateful for the pause. Everything felt perfect, like nothing could shatter this idyllic escape. That changed when I went to gather firewood later that afternoon. The forest, which had felt welcoming earlier, now seemed to press in around me. As I bent to pick up a fallen branch, I heard a faint sound, soft like a stealthy footstep, but in the stillness of the woods, it was jarring. Straightening, my pulse quickened as I scanned the surrounding trees. A figure stood in the shadows. It was too far to make out details, but there was no mistaking it was a person. They didn't move, just watched. A chill ran through me. This was supposed to be our secluded spot. Who else would be out here? Grabbing a few more branches, I hurried back to camp, my nerves on edge with every rustle in the underbrush. When I told Mark, his easygoing demeanor disappeared. He understood as well as I did that unexpected company in such remote areas was more than unusual. It could be dangerous. We tried to laugh it off, but the unease lingered. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across our campsite, the sense of being watched had settled heavily on us. As the darkness deepened, the comforting glow of our campfire contrasted sharply with the oppressive feeling of the woods around us. Then he appeared. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the flickering firelight, a shadow shifting unnaturally. But as the figure stepped closer, I realized we were no longer alone. He was a rugged man, probably in his early 40s, with an unkempt beard and wild hair. Something about him set me on edge. It wasn't just his sudden appearance. It was the way he carried himself, a confidence tinged with something unsettling. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Evening," he said, his gravelly voice breaking the tense silence. "You know how to get to Red Bluff Trail?" Mark and I exchanged a quick, uneasy glance. Red Bluff Trail? Neither of us had heard of it. "Sorry," I said, keeping my tone even. "I don't think so. Are you sure you're in the right area?" His smile faltered for a moment before returning, but the unease in his gaze deepened. "No problem," he muttered before turning and disappearing into the woods. We sat frozen for a moment, the fire crackling between us. "Was that the same guy you saw earlier?" Mark asked, his voice low. "I don't know," I admitted, my stomach churning, "but it doesn't feel right." The tension grew as the night wore on. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential threat. When the fire burned low and we retreated to our tents, sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, listening to the forest's quiet symphony, every rustle making my heart race. Then I heard it, footsteps, deliberate, unmistakable. They stopped just outside my tent. My breath hitched, and I grabbed my flashlight, my hand shaking. Slowly, I unzipped the tent. In the beam of light stood the stranger, his eyes fixed on me, unblinking. Neither of us moved for a heartbeat. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared, he turned and ran, crashing loudly through the underbrush. "Mark!" I shouted, my voice trembling. He emerged from his tent, clutching a baseball bat, his face pale. We didn't need to talk. We knew staying wasn't an option. Packing in frantic silence, we kept glancing into the woods, every rustle setting us on edge. By the time we left, the faint glow of dawn was breaking through the trees. We didn't follow the trail back. We cut straight through the forest, desperate to put distance between us and whatever danger lingered. The drive home was silent, our minds replaying the night's events. Over coffee at a diner, we speculated about the man, who he was, what he wanted. But no theory felt right, and the unanswered questions left a lingering unease. The wilderness, once our sanctuary, now felt unpredictable, a place of both beauty and peril. That trip became a story we told often, but no retelling dulled the edge of what we'd experienced. It was a reminder. The wild, for all its serenity, hides its own dangers, and the greatest threats are often the ones you never see coming. The older I get, the less I talk about my childhood in the hills. Not because it was awful, but because there are things that are difficult to explain. I'm 66 now, and I recently came across the show that sparked some memories, so I thought I'd share my story. I grew up in a small cabin nestled deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Back then, our nearest neighbors, the Graysons, lived nearly 2 miles away. Life was simple. We had a few chickens, a couple of sheep, and a vegetable garden that kept us fed. But there was always this feeling in the air. My parents had strict rules about certain things, and as kids, we just obeyed without question. For instance, we were never allowed to stay outside after sunset, no exceptions. If we were playing and the lights started to fade, my mom would ring this old brass bell, and we had to rush back inside. I asked her once why we couldn't catch lightning bugs like other kids did. She gave me a hard look and said, "Asterisk. There are things out there you don't want to run into." Asterisk, another rule was to never wander into the woods alone. The forest began right at the edge of our yard, and it was tempting to explore. My older brother, Peter, and I would sneak in during the day, but we never went far. It was as though we both understood that the woods held secrets we weren't meant to uncover. One summer, when I was about 11, my dad's cousin, Victor, came to visit. We called him Uncle Vic, though he wasn't really an uncle. He was a lively man, always joking and making us laugh, and he didn't seem to share my parents' concerns about the area. One evening, he suggested camping in the yard. "Look at that sky full of stars," he said. Peter and I were thrilled. We begged our parents to let us, and after some hesitation, they agreed, but only if Uncle Vic stayed with us. We set up an old canvas tent in the middle of the yard, lit a small fire, and toasted marshmallows. It was a perfect night until sometime after midnight when I woke up to the sound of rustling outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind or a raccoon, but then came the unmistakable sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps circling the tent. Peter was awake too. I could hear him holding his breath. Uncle Vic sat up and motioned for us to stay silent. The footsteps paused near the tent flap, and we heard a low growl, deep and unnatural, unlike any animal we knew. We were frozen with fear. The silhouette of a tall, hunched figure moved between the tent and the dimming campfire. It looked like it had sharp ears and a long snout. Uncle Vic gripped his hunting knife but didn't step outside. Eventually, the noises stopped, and we stayed huddled together until dawn. When we finally stepped out, we found huge footprints surrounding the tent, much too large to belong to any dog, and spaced far apart. Uncle Vic told us not to tell my parents, but of course Mom seemed to know. She gave Vic a pointed look, and he simply nodded. After that, there were no more yard campouts. Over the years, strange things kept happening. Our chickens started vanishing. At first, we thought it was a fox, but there were no feathers or signs of a struggle. The coop's locks were never broken, just opened as if by a key. One morning, we found the coop empty and a patch of coarse, dark fur near the door. Dad took it to the local sheriff, but no one could identify it. At night, we'd hear eerie howls, low and mournful, echoing through the hills. They weren't coyotes or wolves, they were something else. One evening, I looked out my bedroom window and saw large shadows darting between the trees, too big to be any animal I'd ever seen. Mom reminded us again to stay inside at night and away from the woods. One autumn evening, just before sunset, I was gathering apples near the house when I saw it, a hulking figure moving through the trees. It stood on two legs but was hunched, with thick, shaggy fur and glowing eyes that reflected the fading sunlight. I dropped my basket and bolted inside. Mom didn't scold me for staying out late. Instead, she locked the doors, and Dad sat by the front door with his shotgun. We waited in silence, listening to the occasional snap of branches outside. After that night, the strange occurrences stopped. No more missing animals, no more howls. It was as if the thing in the woods had moved on. Even so, the rules remained. Years later, as an adult, I asked Mom about those days. She was reluctant to talk, but eventually admitted they believed something, possibly a creature, was out there. She didn't want to frighten us kids more than we already were. Looking back, I still don't know what it was. But whatever it was, it seemed to have its own boundaries. And as long as we respected them, it left us alone. Now, when my grandkids visit and ask for spooky stories, I share tales about the hills but leave out the scariest details. There's no need to give them nightmares. I just hope they remember to listen to their elders, because the world is full of mysteries, and not all of them can be explained. I've always been drawn to exploring places few dare to tread. My idea of adventure is veering far off the well-worn trails into uncharted wilderness. A few years ago, I embarked on a solo camping trip deep into the forests of Washington State. I won't say exactly where, mainly because I doubt I could ever find the spot again even if I tried. I set out early one Saturday morning with a packed bag, a tent, and enough provisions to last a few days. The map I had was more decorative than practical, but I've always trusted my instincts when it comes to navigating the outdoors. After a few hours of hiking, I found a peaceful spot by a brook to set up camp as the sun dipped below the treetops. The following morning, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to leave the faint path I'd been following and venture further into the dense woods. The terrain grew rougher, but I welcomed the challenge. Around midday, something unusual caught my eye, a structure hidden behind the trees. Intrigued, I pushed forward. When I stepped into the clearing, I was speechless. Before me lay a small town. A dozen or so buildings lined a dusty central road. They appeared aged but remarkably intact. A general store, a barber shop, and a town hall, all reminiscent of an old frontier settlement. Felt as though I'd wandered onto a movie set, yet the place was utterly deserted. I called out, my voice echoing back to me. Venturing cautiously down the road, I peeked through windows. The barber shop had chairs lined up but lacked tools or mirrors. The general store's shelves were bare, and the entire town felt incomplete. It didn't seem like an abandoned tourist attraction. There was no graffiti or signs of decay, just a strange stillness. As I stood there, a deep, resonant noise shattered the silence. It sounded like a foghorn, though we were nowhere near the sea. It reverberated for several seconds, then stopped abruptly, leaving a heavier silence in its wake. That's when I heard it. A rapid, clicking noise, like claws tapping on a hard surface. It was faint at first but grew steadily louder. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. My pulse raced as I turned in circles, trying to locate the source. Deciding I'd had enough, I headed back the way I came. But after only a few steps, the clicking grew louder and faster, chasing me. I sprinted toward a nearby building, a small convenience store, and ducked inside, slamming the door behind me. The lock held, and I pressed my back against the door, catching my breath. The store was as empty as the others. Shelves stood barren, the coolers hummed with no contents, and there wasn't so much as an old wrapper in sight. I tried to make sense of it all. Was this some old, failed project? Private property? But the noises didn't fit that theory. The clawing sound resumed, this time circling the building. I crouched behind the counter, gripping my pocket knife, though I knew it wouldn't be much help. As night fell, the scratching grew more persistent, moving from walls to windows and finally to the door. When the doorknob rattled, I held my breath. Minutes passed, and the sounds moved away. Exhausted, I must have drifted off, only to wake with a start to a deafening crash. The door had been forced open, its lock shattered. Heavy footsteps echoed as something large entered the store. A low, guttural growl filled the room, unlike anything I'd ever heard. The creature's sniffing sounded wet and hiss-like, making my skin crawl. It was deliberate, pacing up and down the aisles as it searched. I crouched lower, barely daring to breathe. Then, the foghorn blared again, startling the creature. It unleashed an ear-splitting screech before bolting from the building. I stayed hidden until silence returned, then grabbed my bag and made a break for it. The empty town loomed around me as I ran, but I didn't stop until I reached the woods. I kept running until dawn's light filtered through the trees, exhaustion finally catching up with me. After splashing water on my face at a stream, I realized I was hopelessly off course. It took the rest of the day to find my way back to my car. When I finally reached it, I collapsed into the driver's seat, overwhelmed with relief. I drove to the nearest town without stopping, eager to leave the strange experience behind. When I told friends about what happened, my buddy, let's call him Jake, insisted we go back with proper equipment. 2 weeks later, we set out with GPS devices, cameras, and drones. But no matter how much ground we covered, we found nothing. No clearing, no buildings. The terrain didn't even match what I remembered. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. Did the town exist? Was it a hallucination? Or did I stumble into something I wasn't meant to find? I know it was real, but its disappearance remains a mystery. And I still wonder, what was that foghorn and what was stalking me? I grew up in the rugged hills of northern Vermont, where my family lived far from the nearest town in a cabin my grandfather built with his own hands. This was years ago, in a time when we thrived on self-sufficiency, growing crops, hunting, and living off the land. As a kid, I loved the wilderness and often spent nights camping in the yard or hiking into the woods with my older brother, David. One summer, when I was around 13, David and I decided to camp by a nearby lake. It was a place we'd visited often, about a 3-hour hike from home, and we knew every twist and turn of the trail. We packed light, some snacks, sleeping bags, and essentials, and set off early in the morning. The weather was perfect, with clear skies and a gentle breeze. By midday, we reached the lake, where we pitched a small tent and spent the afternoon fishing and skipping stones across the water. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we built a campfire, roasting marshmallows and trading spooky stories to see who could scare the other more. Around 10 p.m., the fire had burned low, and the forest around us grew hushed. that deep quiet you only get when you're miles away from civilization. As we crawled into our sleeping bags, I heard it, a whistle. Not just any whistle, but a tune I recognized from a lullaby our mother used to hum to us, called Starlight Path. My first thought was that our parents had come to check on us, though that would have been strange since they trusted us to handle ourselves. "David, do you hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah," he said, sitting up. "But who would be out here whistling that?" We stepped outside the tent, scanning the tree line in the silvery moonlight. The forest was still and we saw no one. "Maybe it's just the wind," I suggested. David shook his head. "Wind doesn't whistle like that." The sound came again, steady and deliberate, just beyond the trees. It was neither rushed nor urgent, but it gave me chills. "Let's just ignore it," David said. "Maybe it's some hiker passing through." We returned to the tent, but the whistling continued. It moved, first from one side of the lake, then to the other, always at the same distance, as if whoever was making the sound knew how to stay hidden. After about an hour, the tune shifted. It was still familiar, but not one I could name. It felt as though I should recognize it, but couldn't quite place it. That's when David admitted he was getting uneasy. "This isn't normal," he said. "We should go home." It was late, and hiking back in the dark wasn't ideal, but staying felt worse. We quickly packed the essentials, leaving the tent behind, and started down the trail with our flashlights. The whistling followed us, keeping the same distance no matter how fast we walked. We called out, asking who was there, but no one replied. When we reached a fork in the trail, the whistling abruptly stopped. The silence was heavy and unnerving. We paused, straining to hear any movement. Then, from the path we were about to take, came a low humming, soft and wordless. "Let's take the other way," David whispered. "But that'll add an hour," I said. "I don't care. I've got a bad feeling." I didn't argue. We took the longer path, and the humming faded as we moved away. We made it home just as dawn began to break. Mom was surprised to see us, but didn't ask too many questions, assuming we'd simply changed our minds. David and I never told her or anyone else about the whistling. We didn't even talk about it with each other. A week later, word spread that a local hiker had gone missing near that same lake. Search parties combed the area but found nothing. The man had been an experienced outdoorsman, familiar with the terrain, which made his disappearance all the more puzzling. Years passed. I moved away after high school, while David stayed to care for the cabin after our parents passed. A few months ago, I visited him, and over beers, he brought up the incident. "You ever think about that night at the lake?" he asked. "All the time," I admitted. He told me he'd gone back recently. "Why would you do that?" I asked. "I don't know. I just wanted to hear it again. And the moment I got near the lake, it started. The same whistle, the same tune. Did you see anyone?" "No," he said. "I didn't stick around this time." We sat in silence before he mentioned something he'd learned. The lullaby our mom used to hum wasn't just a sweet tune. It was an old folk song about spirits luring travelers into the woods. "Why would Mom sing that to us?" I asked. Maybe she didn't know, or maybe she did. I haven't been back to those hills in years, but sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that same faint whistling outside my window. I know it's just my imagination. Even so, I keep my curtains closed. Whatever we encountered that night, whether it was a person or something else, I'll never understand how it followed us so perfectly, or why that hiker vanished. All I know is that the woods hold secrets we're not meant to uncover. Most of the time, you'll find me clocking extra hours at a car assembly plant in Michigan. I used to spend my weekends outdoors hunting game, deer, rabbits, you name it. But a few years ago, I was bitten by a tick and ended up with something called red meat allergy. If you're not familiar, It's a condition that makes eating most meats dangerous. For a hunter, it's a nightmare. I never cared much for bird hunting, so that wasn't much of a workaround. The whole ordeal killed my enthusiasm for hunting. Instead, I shifted my focus to outdoor survival and deep woods camping. No allergy was going to keep me from the wilderness. I even thought I might write a guide someday, something to help people connect with nature. One autumn, I decided to take a week off work and head into Black Hollow Woods in New York. I'd been there before, but only stuck to the marked trails. This time, I wanted to explore uncharted territory. I packed up my gear, drove to a secluded parking area, and set off. The first few days were perfect. The weather was mild, the leaves were vibrant hues of orange and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of pine. I hiked for hours without encountering anyone, eventually setting up camp near a shallow creek. I caught fish for dinner and enjoyed the quiet. At night, I jotted down ideas for the book, though I didn't make much progress. Mostly, I just stared at the fire, lost in thought. On the third day, I decided to head deeper into the woods. I'd heard about some ancient trees up north and thought they might spark some inspiration. Around midday, I stumbled into a clearing that wasn't on any map. The trees formed a near-perfect circle around an open space. In the center of the clearing, I saw them, a group of animals sitting together like they were holding a meeting. A buck, a raccoon, a fox, and what looked like a young black bear. They sat motionless, side by side, all facing the same direction. At first, I thought they might be statues, but as I got closer, I noticed their fur shifting in the breeze. Their eyes were open, yet they didn't seem to notice me. The scene was profoundly unnatural. Predators and prey don't coexist peacefully, let alone like this. I thought about taking a picture, but the idea felt intrusive. Besides, my phone was nearly dead, and I had no signal. When the bear slightly turned its head in my direction, I froze. It didn't seem aggressive, but I wasn't about to test my luck. "All right," I muttered. "I'll leave you to it." I backed away and returned to camp, unsettled by the encounter. That night, the woods were eerily quiet. No insects chirping, no owls hooting, just the crackle of my fire and the occasional rustle of leaves. Around midnight, I heard a faint rustling near my tent. Grabbing a flashlight, I scanned the trees but saw nothing. The sound circled my campsite, slow and deliberate. I called out, "Who's there?" but got no reply. Eventually, the noise stopped, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. By morning, I'd had enough. I decided to cut my trip short and head back to my truck. About an hour into the hike, I spotted something on the trail, a lifeless rabbit. Its eyes were missing, leaving empty sockets. The body was otherwise untouched. I knelt to examine it but didn't touch the carcass. There were no signs of a predator, no blood or tracks, just the hollow-eyed rabbit. Shaken, I moved on, only to find a fox in the same condition a few hundred yards later. Then a deer. When I came across the bear, propped against a tree like a discarded toy, I yelled into the woods, "This isn't funny!" But the forest offered only silence. Panic set in. I jogged, then ran, desperate to reach my vehicle. When I finally broke through the trees and saw my truck, relief washed over me. I threw my gear inside and sped off, not stopping until I was miles away on the main road. Later, I told my friend Alex about the experience. He suggested it might have been some twisted prank or ritual, but how could anyone predict where I'd be? I still don't have answers. Even so, I won't let one disturbing experience keep me from the outdoors forever. A tick bite nearly stole my passion once, but I'm not giving it up again. In the late 80s, I found myself at the lowest point of my life, trapped in the relentless grip of addiction. The excitement of partying had faded long ago, leaving only the endless cycle of chasing the next high. This life led me to ruin. Penniless, homeless, and adrift, I ended up in the Pine Barrens. For those unfamiliar, the Pine Barrens is an expansive forest covering over 1 million acres in southern New Jersey, a wilderness teeming with wildlife and shrouded in legends. It was the perfect refuge for someone like me, a fugitive with survival skills. Its vastness offered anonymity. I could move my camp without fear of being found. I wasn't alone in the woods. Others, drawn by necessity or desperation, also called the forest home. Many told stories about the area's dark lore, most famously the tale of the Jersey Devil. The legend told of a woman, cursed and bitter, who bore a 13th child, a demon that burst into the world, escaping into the forest. Skeptical as I was, those stories stayed with me. My story happened one autumn as the chill of early frost began to creep into the nights. My connection to the world outside my supplier had been arrested. For days, I endured the agony of withdrawal. Aching muscles, restlessness, paranoia. I felt as though unseen eyes were constantly watching me. To escape the imaginary pursuit, I moved deeper into the forest. That night, beneath the towering trees, the Pine Barrens felt alien. The fire I built gave little comfort. Every sound in the dark seemed amplified, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. Then I heard it, a rhythmic crunching high in the trees. My mind raced through possibilities, an owl, maybe a raccoon, but the noise grew louder, closer. Whatever it was far too heavy to be a small animal. The sound climaxed with a deafening crash as something large fell from the trees. Frozen, I shone my flashlight into the darkness, illuminating massive white limbs. To my relief, it seemed to be just a horse, though its presence was strange. As it turned toward me, the light caught its eyes. Unnatural, glowing red. The animal charged without warning, and I barely leapt aside in time. When I looked again, it had vanished, as though it had never been there. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks on me, but the forest wouldn't let me rest. Branches above swayed without a breeze, and then something huge moved through the treetops, snapping limbs as it closed in. Panic overtook me. As I fled, I glimpsed the same massive figure again, but this time it transformed. Its white fur darkened to pitch black, antlers erupted from its head, and grotesque wings tore from its back. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, like nothing that should exist. The next thing I remember is waking up on the forest floor in daylight, shaken and alone. I fled the woods and turned myself in at the police station, ready to face my outstanding warrants if it meant escaping whatever haunted the Barrens. That encounter changed me. I cleaned up, earned a degree, and built a new life. Whether what I saw was a hallucination or something real, it served as a turning point. It reminded me that the darkness we carry inside can manifest in terrifying ways when left unchecked. Whether these horrors are of the mind or the world, the line between them blurs when you're trapped in their grip. Beware the darkness, inside and out. My brother has a fantastic RV, and he's always been kind enough to lend it to me whenever I need it. We live just a short drive away from each other in a state that's known for its hiking, camping, and outdoor adventures. It was late fall when I asked him if I could borrow the RV for a few days to go camping by a secluded fishing pond. The weather was getting too cold for tent camping, so the RV seemed like the perfect option. My plan was simple: a peaceful getaway with some fishing and solitude. I went over to my brother's house to pick up the RV, then headed out to the remote pond. The trail leading there wasn't much more than a dirt road, but there were tire tracks, so I knew others had passed this way before. This time, however, the path was deserted, and when I arrived at the pond, there was no one around. I parked the RV off to the side, just in case anyone else showed up. After setting everything up, I went straight to the pond to start fishing. I cracked open a couple of beers and relaxed, soaking in the quiet atmosphere. As it neared 5 p.m., I began packing up my gear, keeping an eye on the surroundings. That's when an old, rusty pickup truck appeared, slowly coming down the trail. It didn't have a camper on it, which was unusual, and the windows were tinted, leading me to believe the driver might be using it as a makeshift place to sleep, something that happened often in this area. The truck parked on the other side of the field and turned off its headlights, staying completely still. With everything packed up, I headed into the RV for the night. I looked out a few times, thinking of walking over to introduce myself and avoid any awkwardness, but the truck never seemed to move. It felt strange to not greet someone when you're so far out in the wilderness, but I decided to just go to bed and enjoy the night. Later that night, I woke up briefly after hearing a car door open and shut. I looked outside but didn't see anything, so I dismissed it and went back to sleep. The next morning, I made breakfast and headed back to the pond for another round of fishing. To my surprise, the truck was still there, exactly where it had been the night before. It seemed like it hadn't moved at all. I spent over 3 hours fishing, but the stillness around the truck started to get to me. It was as if someone was either hiding inside, not planning on leaving, or they had left quietly in the middle of the night after I heard the door. Both options felt off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from inside the truck. As the day went on, I started to feel more and more uneasy. I retreated into the RV, keeping a close watch on the truck from the windows, hoping it would leave. Then, around 7 p.m., the truck's engine roared to life. My heart raced as I watched it slowly move toward the trail, like it was getting ready to leave. But suddenly, it stopped in the middle of the path, blocking my way. A wave of dread washed over me as a man jumped out of the truck, hurried to the back, grabbed something, and then turned toward the RV. Panic set in as I locked the door, hearing his footsteps getting closer. The man began violently shaking the door, trying to force it open. My mind went blank with fear, and I had no idea what to do. I quickly ran to the driver's seat and started the RV's engine just as the man kept trying to break in. I pressed on the gas and inched the RV forward, bumping into the truck, which caused it to slide off the trail and make a space for me to escape. I drove away without looking back, not stopping until I was miles down the road, feeling a bit more in control of the situation. Only then did I call the police to report the incident. When they arrived, the truck and the man were gone. I couldn't be sure of the man's intentions, but it seemed likely he had planned to rob me, possibly taking the RV and everything inside. But why had he waited so long before making a move? Why not block the path right away and go through with his plan quickly? It felt as if he had been watching me, waiting for the right moment, perhaps trying to see if I was alone and making sure everything was in place. If things had played out differently, I might never have come back. This is a strange memory from my younger days, and I hope you all find it intriguing. Years ago, our family had a tradition of going on weekend camping trips during the warmer months, especially in late spring and early autumn. Most of these trips were to the same general area, which I recall as follows. We'd drive about 30 miles out of town along a rural highway before turning onto a dirt road leading up into the mountains. This entire region was ideal for outdoor activities, hiking, target practice, off-roading, you name it. The dirt road climbed steadily into a thick forest, with smaller trails branching off to forgotten corners of the wilderness. Eventually, if you drove far enough, you'd reach an old, abandoned quarry. It wasn't massive, but it had a couple of deep blast holes and piles of broken granite scattered around. To my sister and me, it was a fascinating place to explore during our camping adventures. Strangely, most people seemed to stop at the quarry, either assuming it was private property or simply not realizing there was more beyond it. Past the quarry lay open camping spots, and we always snagged the flattest one, giving us the entire area to ourselves. This particular trip started like all the others, bright skies, cheerful moods, and a familiar path winding through pine and oak trees. We set up a simple camp, just a tent, a foldable table, and some chairs. The fire pit, clearly built years before, was ringed with stones, perfect for warming up coffee or hot chocolate. We had a blast, sipping soda, plinking empty cans with BB guns, and occasionally using a small .22 rifle that Dad was teaching us to handle responsibly. When we weren't practicing our aim or carving wooden trinkets, we explored the forest, gathered firewood, or simply relaxed, taking in the sounds of nature. The highlight of our trips was always a walk to the nearby lake, just beyond a bend in the road. The route split into two paths. One led to a rusty iron gate with a no access sign, marking an old, steep trail down to the water. This path had been closed off decades earlier due to safety concerns, though it was still passable on foot. A newer trail, created in the 1950s, provided easier access to the lake and had a proper parking lot, making it the preferred option for most visitors. However, since the old trail was practically abandoned, my sister and I had the whole area to ourselves. We'd spend hours by the lake, skipping stones, fishing, or catching frogs and other critters. Early mornings were especially magical, with deer, rabbits, and sometimes even a fox or an eagle making an appearance. On this particular morning, my sister and I had planned to head to the lake right after sunrise. We grabbed our fishing gear and set off down the dusty road, chatting as we walked. About 15 minutes into our journey, something unusual caught my eye. A car parked at the iron gate. It wasn't unheard of for someone to use this old access point, but it wasn't common either. As we got closer, I noticed two people in the car, a man and a woman, engaged in quiet conversation. The car itself was unremarkable. An older model, not flashy or beat up, just plain. When we were within earshot, the man leaned out the window and called to us in a cheerful voice. "Good morning, kids," he said, his tone surprisingly warm and friendly. We greeted him back, my sister waving while I nodded, hands full with my fishing rod and tackle box. "Isn't it a bit early for you two? Where are your folks?" he asked. "They're back at camp," I replied, gesturing behind me. "They'll join us later." The woman in the passenger seat smiled. "Be careful, you two. It's a steep walk down." We thanked them and continued toward the gate. Their demeanor seemed normal at first, just a couple of strangers being polite. But as we passed, the man called out again, "Hey kid!" I stopped and turned back. "Yeah, that's your sister, right?" he asked, his voice taking on an odd tone. Yeah, I replied cautiously. "Why?" "Just look out for each other," he said, his face splitting into a grin that was far too wide and unsettling. The woman joined in, her smile equally eerie. The friendly facade vanished, replaced by something that sent shivers down my spine. I quickly caught up with my sister, who seemed oblivious to the odd exchange. The encounter left a strange, heavy feeling in my chest, but we pressed on, eager to reach the lake. When we arrived, the water sparkled under the morning sun, and we set up our gear. Fishing started off great, with a few nibbles here and there, but as the day wore on, things started to feel off. A pair of bloody dress shoes floated by, followed by streaks of dried blood on the rocks. My sister and I exchanged nervous glances. The eeriness escalated when we noticed a tarp smeared with what looked like blood tucked into the hillside above the lake. We decided it was time to leave. As we climbed the steep trail back to the road, the sense of unease grew. When we reached the top, the car was still there, but its occupants were gone. Suddenly, we heard a sharp whistle. Turning, we saw the man standing motionless among the trees, his dress shoes now missing. The woman's voice came from somewhere nearby, her tone deceptively friendly. Panic set in, and we bolted for camp, arriving breathless and frantic. Our parents took our story seriously, though they found no sign of the couple or the blood-streaked tarp when they checked later. The strange car remained parked for the rest of our trip, but we never saw those unsettling strangers again. To this day, the memory of that encounter haunts me, a mystery I'll likely never solve. A few years back, my friend Mia and I decided to embark on an epic road trip across the United States. Our plan was to travel from Boston to San Francisco, weaving through the country for about 6 weeks. We were both in our early 20s, low on cash and eager for adventure. Since my dad had been a long-haul trucker, I suggested we save money by sleeping in the back of my hatchback. It was a snug setup. We bought some second-hand blankets and curtains from a thrift store, repurposing one for privacy. By the end of the first week, we had our routine down to 10 minutes. Luggage moved to the front, curtains hung, bedding arranged and ready for the night. We slept wherever it felt safe and semi-legal: parking lots, rest stops, free campsites. After the first night, we never felt scared until our last week in Arizona. Near Sedona, we'd grown accustomed to our flexible routine. We avoided strict schedules, driving no more than 3 or 4 hours daily, and aimed for a handful of must-see landmarks. We'd find spots through Google, tips from locals or fellow travelers. We had also gotten good at making friends, eating at diners with strangers, learning to line dance from an 80-year-old cowboy, jamming with musicians during a storm, and celebrating Independence Day with a family who treated us like their own. Every encounter was positive until that night. We located a free campsite using our GPS and headed deep into the woods. Something felt slightly off when we arrived. There was a single RV parked and 2 cars tucked further into the trees. We stopped near the RV, and a man opened the door. Mia waved hello, but he just stared blankly before shutting the door without a word. Assuming he wanted privacy, we parked further away and found a flat spot. Instead of setting up camp immediately as usual, we joked around, smoked, and took silly photos until dusk. Mia noticed a campfire deeper in the woods, so we decided to check it out, hoping to meet new people like we had all trip. At the fire, we found 2 men, one older and seemingly high, spinning in circles and talking about UFOs, and another younger man who said he was a former park ranger. The ranger was friendly and chatty, and we spent hours talking about life, travel, and his time in the wilderness. Then he mentioned spotting a bear nearby earlier that day. Mia was skeptical, so he pulled out a camera and showed us photos. The bear had been close to the campsite, which made us nervous since we often stepped out of the car at night. The ranger chuckled at our concern, but then turned serious, saying, "If you leave your car at night, it's not the bear you should worry about." We both laughed uneasily, waiting for him to admit it was a joke. He didn't. I made a light joke about horror movies, trying to shift the mood, and Mia chimed in with a comment about scary woods. But the ranger kept steering the conversation back to ominous remarks about dangers lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, the older man was too spaced out to engage. At one point, the ranger got up to grab a drink from a cooler outside the fire's glow. Suddenly, we saw a red light in the darkness, a camera. He was taking photos of us. It wasn't unusual for people to ask for pictures during our trip, but this felt different. He didn't ask or explain. He adjusted his camera settings and snapped another photo with the flash, again without a word. Mia and I were frozen, staring at him. He returned to the fire without mentioning the photos, and the conversation continued awkwardly. Uneasy, we made an excuse about needing to set up our campsite and left. The older man cheerfully bid us good night, but the ranger stared with an unsettling smile and said, "Be careful out there. There's more than bears in the woods." Every hair on my body stood on end. Mia laughed nervously, grabbed my arm, and led us quickly back to the car. We didn't waste a second, jumping into the front seats and locking the doors. As we sat there, hearts pounding, Mia whispered, "Why did he take those pictures?" Shaking, I replied, I read somewhere that some killers warn their victims. Her face paled, and she locked the doors again. Do you think he just took victim photos of us? We were terrified. She turned on the headlights to see better, but I panicked and told her to shut them off. He'd know exactly where we were. For some reason, it was the only night we hadn't set up camp yet, so we didn't need to pack anything. We started the car and sped down the dirt road. As we neared the exit, we saw the ranger walking toward our vehicle. His cold expression illuminated briefly in our headlights. We didn't stop to find out what he wanted. At the base of the Jura Hills, the name Jules originates from an ancient word for woods, which feels fitting given that most of the range is blanketed by forests and meadows, unlike the towering Alps nearby, which are shaped by their high altitude. The Jura holds a deep history of myths and spiritual significance, likely tied to the various cultures, Celts, Romans, and others, that have lived there over time. However, this story leans more toward being an intriguing and eerie encounter than anything truly frightening or threatening, at least from my perspective. Growing up, I saw the Jura as a fantastic place to explore, go camping, and hike. As I matured, I began noticing a certain spiritual essence in the area. This ranged from the presence of historic churches and 12th century monasteries to more personal, small-scale forms of spirituality. These subtler aspects are what I want to focus on here. A few summers ago, during my usual bike rides and hikes, I started noticing strange things. Pieces of fabric tied to tree branches and carefully arranged piles of stones. Initially, I brushed it off as children playing or maybe scouts doing activities. But over time, I realized there was more significance behind these objects. For instance, I came across large spiral arrangements of stones at hilltops, intricate patterns of rocks connecting trees like spokes on a wheel, and even carvings of symbols or ancient letters on the bark of trees. It was striking, both fascinating and slightly unsettling, because it all felt so foreign and deliberate. Eventually, I began to understand more of what these might represent. Among these discoveries were remnants of what I later learned were sweat lodges. I'm no expert, but these structures seemed connected to spirituality and shamanic practices, possibly inspired by Native American traditions. On a few occasions, I stumbled upon these rituals being prepared or even carried out. For example, during one bike ride, I noticed a few cars parked seemingly in the middle of nowhere. Many had dream catchers or feather decorations hanging from their rearview mirrors. Nearby, fabrics were tied to roadside trees, and faint sounds came from deeper within the woods. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. The first time, I saw a group of people gathering wood and constructing what looked like a small dome-like structure, later identified as a sweat lodge. They had set up makeshift sleeping spots nearby, where a few people appeared to rest in shifts, likely to prepare for an overnight ritual. I stayed at a respectful distance, but at one point, I crossed paths with a man carrying wood. I greeted him in French, and he returned the greeting politely, though quietly. He didn't seem local, unlike the rest of the group I'd seen from afar. Based on his clothing, loose, maroon garments typical of some spiritual traditions, I assumed he might be a guide or leader of sorts. A second encounter occurred in a different location but followed a similar pattern. What struck me this time was the presence of young children among the group. For those unfamiliar with sweat lodge ceremonies, they can be physically demanding and even dangerous for adults, let alone for kids. The process involves constructing a hut with a pit at its center and an external fire pit. Stones are heated in the fire until glowing hot, then transferred inside the hut, where water is poured over them to produce intense steam. The ceremony often incorporates tobacco pouches, herbs, and, in some cases, psychoactive substances. Even without drugs, the combination of heat and steam can be overwhelming, and fatalities have been reported. I sincerely hoped the children weren't participating in the more extreme parts of the ritual. The day after one of these encounters, I returned to the site to take a closer look. The structure remained, along with various intriguing artifacts. Tobacco pouches hanging from the lodge, stone patterns forming symbols I couldn't identify, and, most unsettling, a large bone about the size of a fist placed carefully on a tree stump. I wouldn't describe these experiences as terrifying, but they were undeniably fascinating and slightly eerie. They opened my eyes to a hidden layer of the region's character that I had never noticed before, a mix of the mystical and the mysterious. This story involves my dad and something he only recently shared with me. It came up when he was searching for a camping tent he'd lent out years ago. I had to admit it had been destroyed during a reckless incident at a local creek. A whole different story in itself. Back in the summer of 1980, when my dad was 17, he and his younger brother Mike, who was 14, were big on outdoor adventures. That summer, Dad had just finished school and wanted to go on one last big trip before starting a full-time job. They decided to tackle the Ridgeway Trail, a 180-mile hike in the UK, stretching from southern Scotland through the English countryside to central England. Their friend, Tony, joined the brothers on the journey. My great-grandpa dropped the trio off at the trail's starting point in Scotland. The first week went great. They met some friendly locals who treated them to meals and even gave them a roof over their heads for the night. Most nights, they camped out in clearings. One day, hoping to reach a village before dark to restock supplies, they pushed themselves to hike an extra 6 miles. Around 7 p.m., they reached a small village with a local inn. The innkeeper offered them a spot to camp in the field behind the pub after they stopped by for a drink. It was clear he knew they were underage, but business was business. His wife seemed uneasy about the idea, pulling him aside for a private word, but eventually agreed. After spending the evening chatting and drinking with the locals, the boys retreated to their tent. They were using an old oil lamp as their light source, hung in the center of the tent. When they turned it off for the night, they left it hanging. This small detail would prove crucial later. In the early hours, my dad woke up and switched the lamp back on, debating whether to step outside. The quiet was interrupted by the creak of a door opening and closing. He assumed it was the shed door moving in the breeze. But moments later, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching their tent. Thinking it was the innkeeper, Dad reached for the zipper just as someone else unzipped the tent. The innkeeper stood there, shirtless, wearing just pajama bottoms and slippers. He claimed he'd heard growling and wanted to check if they were all right. Dad found it odd since there'd been no noises apart from the door and the footsteps. The man tapped the lamp, insisting it be turned off, before walking back toward the inn, visibly annoyed. The next morning, the innkeeper's wife made them breakfast. Her husband had left in his truck early, so they didn't get to thank him in person. As they packed up, they noticed small, pen-sized holes all over their tent. Dad assumed the animal the innkeeper mentioned must have caused them. Tony suggested they hike to the next village, a couple of miles back, to buy repair supplies. Leaving their damaged tent as a marker, they set out. A walker's shop in the village had no tents in stock, so they bought tape to patch the holes for the night and headed back as dusk fell. When they returned, they were shocked to find their tent set up, but fully ablaze. They quickly doused the flames with water from their bottles and the nearby stream. Inside, the oil lamp was shattered, clearly the cause of the fire. Someone had followed them, set up their tent, and deliberately lit it on fire. Dad's theory? The innkeeper was up to something sinister that night, but was thwarted when he realized Dad was awake. Setting their tent on fire was likely his twisted form of revenge. Initially, I thought Dad was exaggerating, but when I mentioned the story to Uncle Mike, he immediately launched into the same tale, calling it one of the strangest experiences of his life. And Mike never lies. When my wife and I first got married, she'd insist on taking me to these enormous family gatherings. They were always held far off in the countryside, usually on a ranch or in rented cabins, with some relatives bringing RVs or setting up tents. These reunions were massive. Everyone showed up, including her great-grandma in her wheelchair. Being the new husband, I felt obliged to join in, and I was amazed at the sheer number of people. By the end of the first day, there were probably 100 attendees, and by the second, the number had doubled. People often asked if her family was Mormon or Hispanic, but no, just good old Southern folk. One year, the reunion was held at a remote lakeside location. A series of small cabins had been rented, but they were all occupied, so my wife and I pitched our tent near the lake. I didn't mind. It gave me the chance to fish and have some space away from the 200 or so in-laws wandering about. We also had our chocolate lab, Max, and our son, Tim, who was about 5 years old. After setting up camp, we made the rounds, greeting relatives. Hugs from Aunt Clara, a firm handshake from Grandpa Joe, and playful teasing with the kids. While I might make it sound like a chore, these gatherings were actually enjoyable, at least initially. The first day was always fun, playing with the kids and catching up with everyone. But after a few days, things tended to go south. The kids would get restless, adults irritable, and eventually, a minor argument or two would break out. That first afternoon, we explored the trails around the lake. I led a group hike with Tim and some of the cousins. We found some cool spots: a dry creek bed with shiny stones, an animal burrow scattered with old bones, probably deer or small game, and other curiosities. During one hike, I spotted a hunter's blind nestled in a grove of trees. It was weathered, the fabric sun-bleached, and looked like it hadn't been used in years. Nothing seemed amiss, so we moved on. As the evening rolled in, we gathered around a fire with Uncle Ray and his kids. That's when we first heard the distant howl of a coyote. It got the kids excited, while the adults chuckled, unbothered. Coyotes weren't a real threat, especially with so many of us around. The howls continued throughout the night, echoing through the hills. It was fascinating to hear how the pack communicated, and it added a touch of wilderness to our evening. The next day, even more people arrived, bringing the count to over 200. The reunion was buzzing with activity: treasure hunts, races, potato cannons, and even a butter churning contest. By the afternoon, though, the heat and minor squabbles started to wear on people. Tim and I went fishing and played fetch with Max to escape the tension. By evening, we were back at our camp, enjoying the quiet as the reunion's noise began to die down. Later, while chatting around the fire, someone pointed toward the lake and asked, "Who's that?" I turned to see a figure leaning against a tree in the shadows. It was hard to make out, just an average-sized silhouette swaying slightly. We assumed it was a cousin who'd had too much to drink. But as the minutes passed, the figure didn't move. It was unsettling. Max started growling, his hackles raised, which only added to my unease. Aunt Martha suggested it was likely Luke, a cousin known for wandering off when drunk, and someone should check on him. Reluctantly, I volunteered. As I approached, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. When I got close enough to shine my flashlight, I froze. It wasn't Luke. It was a large black bear, standing on its hind legs, sniffing the air. I backed away slowly, but the bear dropped to all fours and began following me. Then I noticed a cub nearby. Bad news. I shouted a warning, and soon others from the camp came running, armed with flashlights and a few rifles. They formed a line, yelling and waving sticks. The bear hesitated, then retreated into the darkness with its cub. That night, I barely slept. Knowing a bear had been that close with my son and dog in a tent was terrifying. We later found out that the cabins and campgrounds had been discounted because they were part of a seasonal bear hunting area, off-season, of course. The family who organized the reunion hadn't realized they'd booked us a spot right in the heart of bear country. I've always loved hiking, largely because of where I grew up. Living near parts of a major hiking trail tends to make the outdoors part of your daily life. Around here, most people have trekked at least a section of it at some point. A few years ago, during early spring, I set out on a solo hike. It was just after a stretch of rain, so the trail was drying out. There weren't a ton of people that weekend, just a mix of day hikers and a few of us camping. It was nice knowing there were always people around in case something went wrong. By the second day, I was well into my 4-day trip, planning to cover about 25 miles. My friend was going to pick me up at a parking area on the last day. I carried everything I'd need for the hike in my pack. That morning, I came across 2 guys standing near a tree. We waved at each other and kept walking in opposite directions. It seemed like they were resting when I first saw them, but now they were hiking steadily toward me. This sort of thing happens all the time on the trail, so I didn't think much of it. When we crossed paths, I greeted them and asked where they were headed. Their response was odd. They mentioned a spot that wasn't in the direction they were going. I pointed this out and they laughed, saying they'd gotten turned around. They didn't seem to have a clear plan of where they were going or even where they'd started. The more we talked, the stranger they seemed. They didn't want help and dodged most of my questions. Another thing stood out: how clean they were. When I asked how long they'd been out there, one said 2 days and the other said a week. Their stories didn't line up, and I started feeling uneasy. I decided to move on and wish them luck, suggesting they'd reach a parking area if they kept going. For the rest of the day, I hiked without incident. By evening, my feet were aching, and the sun was setting, so I decided to set up camp. I usually keep things simple, but that night I took my time, made a fire, and cooked a proper meal. My campsite was a little off the trail, providing some privacy. While eating, I noticed a cliff nearby. It wasn't too far, so I decided to climb up and enjoy the view before the light faded. That decision turned out to be crucial. From the top, I saw movement through the trees below. It was those 2 guys again, moving off trail as if they were trying to stay hidden. Their sneaky behavior made my alarm bells go off. I returned to my camp and quickly doused my fire, packed my things, and secured my backpack to a tree using zip ties. It wasn't the safest setup, but it was the best I could do. I lay down, clutching my knife and flashlight, trying to sleep but staying alert. Sometime in the night, I woke to the sound of footsteps near my camp. They were moving around, and soon I heard them trying to mess with my pack. I yelled at them to leave, but instead, one of them rushed at me. He pinned me down, and soon the second guy joined in. I struggled, realizing this wasn't just a robbery, it was life or death. In a moment of panic, I grabbed my knife and stabbed the first guy in the thigh. He screamed and stumbled back. When the second guy came at me, I did the same, driving the blade through his boot into his foot. Both of them retreated, yelling in pain. I grabbed my gear and ran the opposite way. When dawn broke, I found some hikers but didn't manage to get help until the 4th person, who had a satellite phone. We called for assistance, and I made it to a parking area where rescuers met me. At the hospital later, I spotted those same guys. I immediately told the authorities, who detained them. Turns out they'd been robbing hikers for months. Their car was full of stolen gear. That night had been part of a larger crime spree, and my report helped break the case. The experience left me shaken. For 2 years, I avoided the outdoors completely, sticking to work and staying in. Eventually, though, I found my way back to hiking. It took time, but I'm finally myself again, though I'll never forget that night. A few years back, I decided to go hiking by myself on various trails in the Appalachian region. For some reason, I thought it was perfectly fine for a woman in her late 20s to hike alone. Not the smartest choice, I admit. I had always wanted to visit Bald Peak, so I set out on the trip. It was a quiet Wednesday, so there weren't many people around. The trail leading to the summit was paved, making the hike fairly simple, though it was a bit steep. At the time, I was a smoker, which made it harder to keep my breath steady. Eventually, I reached the top and stepped aside to catch my breath. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone standing uncomfortably close to me. When I looked up, I saw a man, probably in his late 40s, with oily, dark brown hair. He said, "Hey, I noticed you were struggling a bit to get up here. Are you all right?" His sudden approach startled me, but I replied, trying to sound casual, "Oh, I'm fine. Just a smoker's lungs, I guess." I chuckled nervously to break the tension. He didn't laugh or move away. Instead, he kept staring at me. Feeling uneasy, I gave a polite nod and walked toward one of those viewpoint markers that show the names of distant mountains and towns. But he followed me. He struck up a random conversation, mentioning that he was newly divorced and part of a men's group traveling to various famous landmarks. He asked where I was from, and I answered briefly. Then he started oversharing about his divorce, how he suspected his wife of cheating, how he hid in their closet one night to spy on her, and how he caught her with a coworker in their bedroom. He muttered bitterly, "They both paid for that night." I made it pretty obvious that I was uncomfortable, shifting my weight and glancing around, but he continued talking without letting me get a word in. First, I thought he was just lonely and looking for someone to talk to, but then it hit me, he didn't seem to have anyone with him. I hadn't noticed any group of men around, so maybe he was alone the whole time. My discomfort grew, and I decided to excuse myself, saying I was going to head back down to the gift shop, but he trailed after me. The main path down had several smaller trails branching off, but I wasn't about to explore them since I was still catching my breath. He wasn't walking directly with me, but he was always close enough to make me uneasy. Suddenly, he called out loudly, "Hey!" Startled, I turned around. He was grinning widely, and his hair looked even greasier in the sunlight. "Why don't we take one of these trails together? I promise you'll have a great time," he said, his voice unnerving. I replied firmly, "No, thank you," and looked around for help. To my left, I saw two older women sitting on a bench watching the interaction. One of them called out to the man, "I think it's time for the young lady to head out now." Her words gave me a wave of relief. I smiled slightly and nodded at her before quickly making my way down the path. I walked past the gift shop and headed straight to my car. Thankfully, the man didn't follow me further. That was the last hike I went on alone. Looking back, I'm so glad nothing worse happened. I've since decided not to go on trips like that by myself again. Some years back, in early spring of 2010, I believe, I had just wrapped up my winter semester during my first year of college. It was spring break, and the weather had finally turned nice, so I decided to head outdoors with 3 friends. Living in the Pacific Northwest, we chose to explore a scenic route along the coast called Windcliff Drive. This road skirts the edge of Emerald Bay and the nearby shores, offering a breathtaking view of the water as it snakes along the cliffs. There are numerous pull-offs along the way, perfect for pictures or quick stops, and we decided to check one out. The plan was simple: hike down to the beach, enjoy some snacks and drinks, and soak in the beautiful day. The trail we picked led us down to a spot near a set of railroad tracks running parallel to the shoreline. These tracks, much like the road above, were frequented by wanderers and drifters. As we sat on some driftwood near the water, watching people pass by, it was clear that many were carrying their lives with them, wrapped in blankets or tarps. We spent about an hour there before realizing it wasn't as exciting as we'd imagined. Ready for a change of scenery, we decided to leave. On the way back, we spotted what seemed to be a better path leading up and chose to follow it. That decision marked the moment our day took an unexpected turn. A short way up the new trail, we noticed something on the ground, a blanket wrapped around a shape. From a distance, it was clear that it covered something solid, not quite as large as an adult but big enough to catch our attention. Immediately, an unsettling thought ran through my mind. Don't be a child, don't be a child, don't be a child. When we got closer, we discovered it wasn't a child, but tragically, a dog. The poor animal's head was missing, severed cleanly just above the collar, which was still intact. Oddly, there was no blood, and the blanket looked fresh, as if it had just been taken from someone's home. The body didn't emit any odor, suggesting it hadn't been there long. Around it, branches and brush had been deliberately arranged to conceal it from the nearby tracks, only about 15 feet away. It was obvious someone had killed the dog and left it there recently. Disturbed, we decided to leave immediately. We scrambled up the steep trail and reached my friend's car as fast as we could. Without wasting any time, we sped off, leaving the unsettling scene behind. Later, we reported what we had seen to the local sheriff's office. Unfortunately, they seemed to dismiss it, speculating the dog might have been hit by a train, even when we mentioned its missing head. We never received any follow-up, so we're left to assume they either didn't investigate further or didn't find anything. I've avoided that stretch of road ever since. In the summer of 1995, I was 8 years old and scared of nearly everything, so this experience only added to my anxiety about the world. My mom and I traveled from Everett, Massachusetts, to Pinewood Forest Park in Maine for a camping trip. My dad planned to join us the following day because he had to work. Everything seemed normal as we set up our campsite. We pitched our tent, built a campfire, and relaxed. It was still light out when we noticed a lone man at the neighboring campsite. He had unkempt, oily hair and kept repeatedly running at a wooden post, jumping onto it and trying to balance on one foot. He did this over and over. It was strange, but we dismissed him as some eccentric loner and chuckled about it. My mom joked he might be training for a circus act. When night fell, the darkness was complete except for the glow of our campfire. My mom and I were roasting marshmallows when we heard footsteps crunching toward us from the neighboring campsite. Out of the trees, the man appeared, stumbling into our area. The firelight made him look gaunt and disheveled. I could sense my mom tense up. She asked him calmly, "Can I help you?" The man muttered, "I need help at my campsite." He paused, saying nothing else. My mom pressed, "What do you need help with?" The man, his clothes dirty and torn, replied, "I locked my keys in my van. I need you to come over and help me." Then he turned to me and added, "Don't worry, kid. You can stay here by the fire." A chill ran down my spine at those words. My mom, staying composed, replied, "I don't think I can help with that. Don't you have a spare hanger or something?" The man didn't back down. "You've got to have a hanger lying around, maybe near your tent." Firmly, my mom said, "No, I don't, and my husband will be here any minute. Maybe he can help you. He's pretty strong." The man hesitated, his expression unreadable. Then he muttered, "All right," and shuffled back into the shadows, adding, "If you find a hanger, come help me. I'll be over there." That night, neither of us slept much. My mom stayed alert, flinching at every noise outside the tent. Looking back, I realized she must have been terrified, worried the man might slash through the tent with a knife. When dawn finally came, we stepped out of the tent to find the man and his van were gone. My mom and I began to relax, thinking the ordeal was over. Later that day, my mom suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my gosh!" I rushed over to see her crouching near our tent, picking something up from the ground. She held it up for us to see, a metal hanger. We both stared at it in silence, unnerved. I now live in Austria, but I'll never forget that unsettling camping trip. This is a bit different from the usual stories, but I think it fits. In this case, I was the one who ended up being the creep. A couple of years ago, some friends and I planned a camping trip, which was really just an excuse for us to spend a few days drinking together. I couldn't make it earlier in the day because of work, so by the time I arrived, around 8:30 p.m., everything was already set up. Wanting to catch up with everyone, I started drinking pretty heavily right away. After a few hours, someone noticed we were running low on firewood, so we decided to turn it into a friendly competition to see who could gather the most. I wandered off on my own and found a small pile of leftover wood nearby. Thinking it was a great find, I brought it back to what I thought was our campsite. Nobody else seemed to be around, so I grabbed an axe and started splitting the logs, feeling pretty pleased with myself. Out of nowhere, a young man and woman stepped out of a nearby tent, their faces filled with pure terror. That's when it hit me. I was at the wrong campsite. From their perspective, it must have been horrifying. A random guy, clearly intoxicated, gleefully chopping wood with an axe at their campsite in the middle of the night. I immediately stopped, apologized profusely, and quickly left to find my actual group. It was a mistake I'll never forget. The month started with unusually mild weather for northern Wisconsin. It was late January, and I'd been preparing for a short winter camping trip for a while. Here, when the temperature edges into the 30s, the snow begins to melt, leaving everything soggy and icy, which can quickly turn a fun outing into a miserable one. If I was going to do this, I needed to act soon. I mentioned my plan to my buddy Sam. He'd never tried winter camping, but after hearing me talk about it for years, he seemed intrigued. At first, I figured he'd bail, but when I brought up the forecast, a low of -8 degrees Fahrenheit on the night we'd be out, his interest only grew. Sam was always game for a challenge. Despite my own hesitation about camping in such frigid conditions, I agreed. It would be a new adventure for him and an opportunity for me to test my equipment in tougher weather. The spot I had in mind was a secluded area near Bear Lake, a little north of the town of Ashland. It was remote enough to feel isolated, surrounded by a dense mix of pines and birch trees, with a small frozen lake nearby. The silence there had an eerie quality, the kind of place that makes you feel like the only person on Earth. I'd been there before, though only during the warmer seasons. This time, with the thick snow already blanketing the ground, I knew it would push our endurance and our gear to the limit. When we reached the trailhead, the thermometer read about 12 degrees Fahrenheit, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. A sharp wind cut through the air, biting at any exposed skin and making it hard to breathe. Each breath formed clouds in the air, and the trees around us groaned under the weight of heavy snow. Aside from us, the place was completely deserted. Sam's excitement was clear, maybe a bit too clear. He seemed eager, bordering on restless, as he fumbled with his layers and gear. Meanwhile, I got straight to work, pulling out the essentials. A pair of backpacking stoves, one fueled by gas and the other by alcohol, along with extreme cold-rated sleeping bags, pads, and enough survival supplies to ensure we'd be safe if things didn't go as planned. Though I was confident in my abilities, I couldn't shake the feeling that this trip would push me in unexpected ways. We set off down the trail, snow crunching under our boots and the wind stinging our faces. The path was faintly marked with faded yellow blazes on the trees, barely visible in the dim light. Each step was a struggle as we sank into the packed snow, which felt dense and heavy underfoot. After trudging for what felt like hours, we found a small clearing near the lake and decided to set up camp. The spot offered a bit of shelter from the wind, and the frozen lake stretched out before us like a vast white desert. Despite the peaceful setting, something about the atmosphere felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it left me uneasy. Setting up camp in the biting cold was a challenge. The tent poles were icy to the touch, and the fabric felt stiff, making it hard to work efficiently. By the time we finished, my fingers were numb, and I was starting to feel the weight of the freezing air. Lighting the stove proved difficult, too. The gas wouldn't ignite until I warmed the lighter in my pocket, and even then, the alcohol stove burned sluggishly. Meanwhile, Sam was trying to start a fire with damp wood he'd gathered, his frustration evident as he struggled to get it going. Eventually, we managed to get some warmth from the fire, but it had taken so long that the cold had seeped deep into my bones. That night, the sleeping bags kept us from freezing entirely, but they didn't offer much comfort. The cold was relentless, pressing in from every direction, making it nearly impossible to relax. The wind outside howled like a living thing, rattling the tent and creaking the snow-laden trees. Around midnight, I woke abruptly. Something wasn't right. I lay still, listening. Then I heard it. The faint crunch of snow, deliberate and steady. My pulse quickened. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too controlled, too human. Someone or something was out there moving around our campsite. I stayed silent, straining to hear over the sound of the wind. The footsteps paused, then resumed, circling the tents. My chest tightened with fear. I tried to rationalize it, convincing myself it was just the wind or another camper. But deep down, I knew better. The footsteps stopped suddenly, and an eerie silence settled over the camp. I held my breath, listening, waiting, but there was nothing. The stillness was almost worse than the sound. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, keeping my eyes locked on the tent's entrance and gripping my flashlight tightly. To first light, I wasted no time. I packed up quickly and woke Sam, who seemed blissfully unaware of what had transpired. I didn't explain much, just said we needed to leave. The hike back to the trailhead was grueling, the cold gnawing at our faces, but I was too focused on getting out to care. Even as we reached the truck and left the woods behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Whatever or whoever had been out there wasn't gone. And as much as I'd loved that spot before, I knew I wouldn't be returning. Even now, the memory of that night lingers, leaving me unsettled every time I think about it. I'll never forget the camping trip that taught me how unsettling a quiet forest could be. It wasn't my first time camping, and it wouldn't be my last, but those nights left a lasting impression I can't shake. It was mid-July and the weather was ideal, warm days and cool, clear nights. I had picked a location in eastern Minnesota, a place known as Willow Glen. It was part of a large state forest with winding trails, dense trees, and a small, reflective lake at its heart. I'd visited before, but this trip was meant to be a chance to unplug and enjoy some time alone. I arrived early on a Wednesday morning, aiming to claim a good spot before the weekend rush. The site I chose was secluded, tucked away from the main trail and shaded by towering pines and birches. It felt remote but wasn't entirely cut off. I could faintly hear distant voices or the hum of a faraway radio. My tent was set up near the edge of a clearing, giving me a great view of the woods. The first day went smoothly. I spent most of it hiking along trails, pausing occasionally to photograph blooming wildflowers or watch chipmunks darting about. By the time I returned, the sun hung low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I lit a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in with a paperback. The crackling fire and gentle rustling of leaves were the only sounds around me. It was tranquil, the kind of peace I had come for. That first night, something startling happened. I was half asleep when an enormous crash jolted me awake. It sounded like an explosion, and my heart raced as I lay frozen. When I finally unzipped my tent and peered outside, I saw a massive tree had toppled just a few yards from my tent. Its trunk, thick as a barrel, had snapped near the base, and its branches sprawled across the ground like broken limbs. There had been no wind, no storm, nothing to explain it. I stared at it, my flashlight reflecting off the splintered wood. Eventually, I told myself it must have been natural. Perhaps the tree was weakened or hollow. But I couldn't shake the uneasy thought of how close it had been. If my tent had been a little further into the clearing, I might have been crushed. The next morning, I moved my tent to the middle of the clearing, away from the surrounding trees. It wasn't an ideal spot, but it felt safer. I spent the day hiking again and fishing by the lake, but every gust of wind made me glance nervously at the treetops. By evening, other campers began arriving. A family with young kids set up a few sites down, and a middle-aged man parked his truck and pitched a small tent nearby. It was reassuring to have others around, even though I didn't interact with them. Just knowing I wasn't completely alone brought some comfort. That night, the second tree fell. I was awake this time, roasting marshmallows over my fire, when another deafening crash shattered the stillness. I jumped up, spinning toward the sound, and saw another large tree had fallen, this time across the path to the lake. The family nearby came out with flashlights, their beams flickering over the fallen trunk. They didn't seem overly worried, but I felt the coincidence was too strong. Two massive trees had fallen in less than a day. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every creak and groan of the forest felt ominous, like the woods themselves were alive. The third tree fell the next afternoon. I was returning from the lake when I heard it. This time, it narrowly missed the camper with the truck. By the time I reached the site, a small group had gathered. The tree had crushed his tent but missed him. He'd been napping in his truck. Someone with a chainsaw helped clear the wreckage, but the mood had shifted. By sunset, most of the campers had packed up and left. I stayed, though I can't explain why. Perhaps it was denial or a stubborn belief that nothing else would happen. That night, as I lay in my tent, I listened to the overwhelming silence, every sound amplified by my nerves. At some point, I heard a faint groan, like the forest itself was straining. Then came a sharp crack, followed by the ground shaking. I scrambled out of my tent with my flashlight, shaking so hard I could barely hold it steady. Another tree had fallen, its branches brushing against my tent as it crashed to the ground. That was the final straw. I threw my gear into my car, my hands trembling, and drove away without looking back. I haven't returned to Willow Glen since. I still go camping, but every time I pitch my tent, I can't help but glance nervously at the trees, wondering which one might come down next. My partner Mike and I decided to go on a camping trip to try something new, somewhere peaceful to take a break from our hectic schedules. It was early October last year when we found a small, private campsite in northeastern Minnesota, not far from Lake Superior. It wasn't part of a large park or campground, but owned by a kind woman named Karen. She had listed it online, and what caught our attention was the shed with a bathroom and electrical outlets. For someone like me who wasn't thrilled about the idea of digging a hole for bathroom needs, it seemed like the perfect spot. We arrived on a cool Friday afternoon. The leaves were just beginning to turn vibrant shades of red and orange, and the crisp air smelled of earth and pine. Karen greeted us warmly as we pulled into the gravel driveway. Her property was stunning, bordered by dense woods on three sides, with the faint sound of waves from the lake in the distance. The campsite was nestled in a clearing not far from her house, providing privacy but still within a comfortable distance. There was a picnic table, a fire pit, and the small shed she had mentioned, about 20 feet from where we pitched our tent. As we unpacked and set up our gear, Karen chatted with us about the area. She mentioned nearby hiking trails and advised us to keep food secured to avoid attracting wildlife. She also brought up something odd. Something had been raiding her bird feed recently. She suspected raccoons or maybe a large squirrel, but hadn't caught the culprit yet. She gestured to a sturdy metal bin near her shed filled with birdseed and corn. "It's heavy," she said. "So whatever's tipping it over must be strong." I didn't think much of it at the time and chalked it up to usual forest critters. That evening, Mike and I made a small fire, roasted marshmallows, and soaked in the serenity of the woods. The occasional rustle of leaves and distant hoots of an owl were the only sounds breaking the quiet. By the time we settled into the tent on our air mattress, I felt utterly relaxed, the pressures of everyday life feeling far away. Sometime during the night, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. The air inside the tent was damp and chilly. Grabbing my flashlight, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The stillness hit me immediately. No crickets chirping, no wind in the trees, just an eerie silence that made the hair on my neck stand up. I shook it off, assuming it was normal for the time of night, and hurried to the shed, my flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. Once inside, I finished quickly and made my way back. The oppressive silence lingered, but I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Back in the tent, I snuggled into the mattress, trying to drift back to sleep, but something kept nagging at me, the unnatural stillness. Not even insects were buzzing. Just as I was about to doze off, a sound jolted me awake. A deep, guttural growl followed by frantic, high-pitched yelps. It was the unmistakable noise of a predator attacking prey. The growling was so intense I felt it rumble through the ground, and the yelping ended abruptly, replaced by thrashing and dragging noises. My stomach turned. I lay frozen, my heart pounding, every instinct screaming at me to stay silent. Mike remained asleep beside me, his breathing calm and oblivious. I focused on his steady breaths to keep from panicking. Whatever was out there was big and dangerously close. The noise stopped, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I strained to hear any movement, but the forest seemed to be holding its breath. Then, faint but distinct, I heard its soft crunching footsteps circling the tent. Each deliberate step pressed heavily into the ground. I held my breath, clutching Mike's arm, willing him to wake up. The footsteps paused, then shifted toward the shed. Scraping sounds followed, and the loud clang of the metal being overturned echoed through the night. For several minutes, I listened to crunching and shuffling, my imagination running wild about what kind of creature could cause such noise. Eventually, the sounds subsided. I lay awake, tense, until the first hints of dawn illuminated the tent. Mike stirred, and I recounted the night's events. He was skeptical but didn't dismiss me entirely. When we stepped outside, the evidence was undeniable. The heavy bin had been knocked over, birdseed and corn scattered everywhere. Deep gouges marked the ground and the shed's wooden siding. Whatever had been there wasn't just big, it was powerful. We packed up quickly, leaving a note for Karen to thank her for hosting us. As we drove away, a chill lingered in my chest. Whether it was a bear, a wolf, or something else entirely, one thing was certain: we wouldn't be camping there again. Even now, the memory haunts me. Every time I hear a deep growl or leaves rustling outside, I'm reminded of that night. The terror of knowing something was out there, and we were utterly at its mercy. Dark soul and glowing eyes. Before I start, let me paint a picture. During the events of this tale, I was staying at a small house, more like a cabin, somewhere in northern Michigan. It was part of a collection of 10 such houses, all arranged in a semicircle around a playground. At the time, I was 10 years old, and my older brother and I had befriended a slightly older kid, maybe 15, named Kyle. Kyle was peculiar, the kind of kid who seemed to be a constant letdown to his parents. I never met them, but he often ignored their calls, even late at night. Being young, I couldn't understand why anyone would avoid their parents, but that might be because I was a bit of a goody-goody back then. Truthfully, I didn't like Kyle much, but my brother did, and since I idolized my brother, I followed along wherever he went. Unfortunately, my brother felt the same way about Kyle, which meant I was stuck with him. One evening, Kyle got the idea to sneak out. Naturally, my brother wanted to join, and since we shared a room, I was roped in too. At first, we just hung out at the playground, but boredom set in quickly. I suggested we call it a night, but the older boys overruled me. Kyle proposed exploring the nearby woods, and despite my protests, I had no choice but to tag along. The forest wasn't dense, and you could faintly hear cars from the highway a couple of miles away. Using the weak light from Kyle's phone, we wandered aimlessly. After a short while, I wanted to turn back, but faced two unappealing choices: walk back alone in the dark or stick with them. Reluctantly, I stayed. As we ventured deeper, the woods grew eerily quiet. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, just silence. I mentioned it and we all paused to listen. My brother, annoyed, snapped, "Stop making noise. I'm trying to hear." "I'm not doing anything," I retorted. "That heavy breathing? Knock it off," he shot back. Confused and about to protest again, I froze as I heard it too. A deep, labored breathing. "That's not me," I whispered. Kyle and my brother exchanged uneasy glances. The breathing grew louder, almost eager. Then, simultaneously, we all looked up. Above us were two glowing orbs, shining a cold, pale blue and swaying slightly. We stared, transfixed, until a bone-chilling groan shattered the silence. It sounded like a smoker trying to scream while gasping for air. The spell broke and we bolted. Behind us, we heard branches snapping and trees shaking violently. Whatever it was in the trees. I wasn't a fast runner, and my legs began to burn almost immediately. My brother and Kyle pulled ahead, leaving me behind. Desperate, I dove into a bush, hoping to hide. Fate wasn't on my side. It was a thorn bush. Pain shot through me as I was covered in cuts and scratches. I bit my lip to stifle a cry. From my hiding spot, I heard a heavy thud as something landed nearby. Peeking through the thorns, I saw the glowing orbs again. They weren't lights, they were eyes. The creature they belonged to stepped into the clearing. It was straight out of a nightmare, standing about 7 feet tall. Its skin was a sickly gray and stretched unnaturally tight over its gaunt frame, outlining its ribs and stomach. Its arms were long, ending in sharp claws. But the most horrifying part was its chest. Where a sternum should have been was an open cavity, the ribs bent outward. In the hollow space sat a pulsating black mass, beating like a grotesque heart. Its face was obscured by the brightness of its eyes, but I could hear its raspy breathing. It stood there, scanning the area. Time felt frozen as I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find me. After what felt like hours, it finally moved on. I stayed in that thorn bush until the first rays of sunlight pierced the sky. Ignoring the pain in my legs and the blood dripping from my wounds, I stumbled out of the forest. After what seemed like an eternity of running, I found myself on the edge of a busy highway. As I staggered onto the road, everything went black. When I woke, I was in a hospital. A passing driver had spotted me and called for help. My parents were there, worried sick. I told them everything, but they dismissed it as the wild imagination of a scared kid. My brother had returned to the cabin hours earlier and only mentioned me missing the next morning. A search party had been organized just before they got the call about my whereabouts. It's been nearly 8 years since that night. I've scoured the internet, desperate to identify the creature I saw, but nothing matches. If anyone knows what it could be, I'd be grateful for any answers. It tried to lead me away from an unknown author. My family and I were on vacation in Kentucky for my parents' anniversary. I was about 8 years old at the time. We'd rented a small cabin near the forest, and one afternoon, my dad and I went down to the river close to the cabin. My dad was busy preparing a canoe at the dock. While he worked, I spotted a deer near the edge of the woods. Being a curious and animal-loving kid, I couldn't resist following it. I wandered into the forest, trying to get closer to the deer. Before long, I found myself in a darker, denser part of the woods. That's when I felt it, a prickling sensation like something was watching me. I'd felt this way before, and usually I wasn't wrong. I turned around and saw the deer standing not far behind me. It was staring straight at me, but something was off. Its eyes didn't look like an animal's. They resembled human eyes, but they glowed a faint red. That image burned itself into my memory. As I stared, I noticed its neck, which seemed oddly attached to its body, like its head had been sewn back on. I moved slowly, trying to circle around the creature without breaking eye contact, heading toward the clearing where my dad was. The tension was unbearable. I didn't know what might happen if I looked away. To ease my nerves, I tried speaking to it. "I won't hurt you," I said in a shaky voice. I hoped the sound of my words would make me feel braver. Then something terrifying happened. The deer's expression changed. It looked like it was smiling. The smile revealed teeth that were unnervingly straight and square, like a person's teeth. And then it spoke. "But what if I hurt you?" The voice was calm, but every hair on my body stood on end. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I was frozen in fear. Then I heard my dad's voice shouting my name. I turned to see him sprinting toward me. The deer must have heard him too, because when I turned back, it was gone. My dad reached me, looking worried, and asked why I'd wandered so far. He reminded me I should have stayed close to him. I told him I'd followed a deer and described what I saw, its human-like eyes, its unsettling smile. My dad's expression darkened. He grabbed my hand and told me firmly to come back to the canoe with him. We spent the rest of the day on the water, and for a while I was able to forget about what had happened. It wasn't until we got off the canoe and I was removing my life jacket that I saw it again. The same deer was standing at the edge of the woods. This time, it was upright on its hind legs, and its jaw hung loosely, dripping with blood. I screamed, and the thing turned and ran deeper into the trees, but not like a normal deer. It moved like a person, stumbling on two legs with a limp. My dad spun around, startled, and asked what was wrong. All I could do was point toward the forest, where I saw a figure draped in what looked like a deer's hide disappearing into the darkness. I refused to go outside for the rest of the trip. Years later, I remembered that night and decided to research the area where we'd stayed. I learned it had once been land sacred to a Native American tribe. That's when I read about skinwalkers, and the pieces started to come together. Even now, I can't be sure what I saw that night. All I know is that it wasn't a normal deer. The experience has stayed with me. To this day, I get anxious whenever I see a deer on the side of the road or in a field. I've never gone hunting with my dad, even though he's asked many times. I feel bad saying no, but the thought of going back into the woods fills me with dread. Sometimes, I wish I had never followed that thing into the forest. Terror in the cabin from Cedar Creek during my high school years. I attended a particular summer camp one year where I met a girl I'll call Rachel. She was tough, self-assured, and a bit edgy, but I admired her confidence. We shared a cabin that summer with a mutual friend. I later learned that Rachel had a deep fear of the dark and always kept a light on in her bedroom at home. One evening, there was a massive storm accompanied by a tornado warning. We hurried back to our cabins from the dining hall, running through relentless rain and howling winds. I'd never experienced wind so powerful. It felt as if it could lift me off my feet. After everyone settled in for the night, the storm continued raging outside. Sometime during the night, we were jolted awake by sobbing and the lights unexpectedly going out. The sound of the storm heightened my own fear, I suddenly became anxious about my family's safety, worried they might be caught in the same dangerous weather. The light in our cabin stayed on for the rest of the night after that. The next morning, Rachel recounted what had happened. She said she had been trying to sleep when she saw a shadowy figure in the corner of the room. Its head nearly reached the ceiling, and it was entirely black, except for two glowing red eyes. Even now, the thought of it makes my skin crawl. Rachel also described seeing two distorted versions of our camp counselors. One, a small girl with extremely long hair, appeared lifeless, hanging on the bunk opposite hers. The other counselor had two grinning heads. The real counselors came into the cabin, sang to Rachel to calm her down, and turned the lights back on. At that age, the experience deeply unsettled me. I had never witnessed anything paranormal, nor had anyone I knew. Rachel wasn't one to lie or show weakness. For her to cry, something truly terrifying must have happened. To this day, I believe that what she saw in the corner was something malevolent, perhaps even the devil himself. ###, it sounded like my brother from Northern Pines. This took place at my family's cabin in southern Saskatchewan, Canada, during the summer of 2020. My family, except for my mom and me, was taking their afternoon naps. My mother was working in the fields, and I, feeling bored, decided to explore the woods on our property. We owned around 60 acres of land, most of which was forested. The day seemed ordinary until something happened that I'll never forget. As I strolled along an overgrown trail, a foul smell hit me, a combination of decay and mildew. Thinking an animal had died nearby, I stepped off the path to investigate. As I searched, I heard something strange. My baby brother's voice calling out to me from deeper in the woods. He was urging me to follow him. Panic set in. I thought he might have woken up and wandered into the forest alone. I hurried toward the voice, but as I got closer, around 15 meters away, I heard another noise. This time, it was the sound of something massive moving through the brush. It was far too big to be a toddler. The voice called out again, now much nearer. Overcome with fear, I turned and ran as fast as I could back toward the cabin. I didn't dare look back, terrified of tripping or slowing down. As I reached the edge of the woods, the noises stopped. I slowed my pace and walked the rest of the way across the field to the cabin. When I got inside, I found my baby brother still fast asleep in his bed, just as he had been when I left. That's when I realized that whatever had called to me in the woods wasn't human. For days after, I avoided the forest, afraid of encountering that presence again, or worse, being followed. I hope never to feel such terror again. Let this serve as a warning to anyone who loves the wilderness. Don't trust strange voices in the woods. We shared a cabin that year, along with another friend we both knew. It wasn't until later that I learned Sarah was afraid of the dark and always kept a lamp on in her room at home. One night, a violent storm rolled in, accompanied by warnings of a possible tornado. The winds howled and the rain poured as we hurried back to our cabin from the dining hall. The sheer force of the wind was incredible. It felt like it could sweep me off my feet. I'd never experienced anything like it before or since. That night, everyone went to sleep without incident, but sometime in the middle of the night, we were startled awake. Someone in the cabin was crying, and the lights had somehow been turned off. Hearing the storm still raging outside filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread. I couldn't help but fear for my family back home and wonder if they were safe. The lights stayed on for the rest of the night after that. The next morning, Sarah recounted what had happened. As she tried to fall asleep, she claimed she saw a shadowy figure in the corner of the room. It was enormous, its head brushing the ceiling. The figure was completely black, except for two glowing red eyes that pierced the darkness. Just thinking about it still gives me chills. Sarah also described seeing two distorted versions of our counselors. One, A petite woman with long hair appeared lifeless and strung up on the opposite bunk. The other had two grinning faces. The real counselors later tried to soothe her by singing and switching the lights back on. As a young teen, the incident left a lasting impression on me. I had never encountered anything remotely paranormal before, nor had anyone I knew. Sarah, usually grounded and tough, wasn't the type to make things up, let alone cry unless truly terrified. To this day, I believe Sarah saw something supernatural that night. She described what seemed to be demonic entities, and in the corner of the room, perhaps something even worse. ####, it sounded like my brother. This story took place at my family's cabin in southeastern Saskatchewan, Canada. It was the summer of 2020, and everyone in my family, except for my mom and me, was taking an afternoon nap. My mom was working outside, so I decided to kill time by exploring the woods on our property. We owned around 70 acres of land, most of it dense forest. That day was like any other, calm and uneventful, so I wasn't expecting anything unusual to happen. I strolled down a narrow trail overgrown with plants, enjoying the peace, when I suddenly caught a terrible smell. The odor was unbearable, like rotting flesh mixed with mildew. Thinking it might be a dead animal, I left the trail to investigate. As I moved deeper into the trees, I heard a familiar voice, my little brother's voice, calling out to me. He sounded distressed, asking me to follow him. Panic surged through me. I thought he must have woken up and wandered off, getting lost in the woods. I quickly headed toward the sound. About 30 feet away from where the voice had come from, I heard something else, a loud rustling in the brush. Whatever was making the noise was far too large to be a toddler. Then, the voice came again, this time much closer. Fear consumed me, and I turned and bolted back toward the cabin. I could hear something heavy crashing through the undergrowth behind me, but I didn't dare look back, afraid I'd trip or fall. As soon as I reached the edge of the woods, the noise stopped. I slowed to a walk and crossed the field to the cabin, heart pounding. When I got inside, I found my little brother sound asleep in his bed, exactly where he'd been when I left. That's when I realized what I'd encountered wasn't my brother at all. It wasn't human. For days after, I avoided going back into the forest, terrified I'd run into whatever it was, or that it would come looking for me. Let this serve as a warning to anyone who loves the outdoors. Don't trust strange voices in the woods. It had been pouring steadily all day, and the forecast promised it would only get worse as night fell. I had pitched my tent in a secluded clearing deep in the forest, far from any trails people usually traveled. The rhythm of the rain drumming against the tent was consistent, almost soothing, but tonight, it felt unsettling. The clearing was encircled by dense trees, their branches sagging under the weight of the downpour. I'd camped alone many times before, but this time, an unshakable feeling crept over me, as though I wasn't alone. It wasn't something I could see or hear, just an eerie sense that someone or something was watching. The unease prickled under my skin. Trying to dismiss it, I ate a quick, cold meal inside my tent and zipped myself snugly into my sleeping bag. Outside, the rain intensified, pounding the tent harder. The wind pushed through the trees, making them groan and creak. I tried convincing myself it was just the storm making me anxious. But then, over the noise of the rain, I caught a faint crunch, a sound like footsteps on soggy ground. It wasn't the random rustle of an animal or branches snapping in the wind. It was deliberate, slow, and measured, like someone walking. My heart raced as I froze in place. Who would be wandering out here in the middle of nowhere during a storm like this? The steps drew closer, each one dragging slightly, as if the person or thing was moving carefully, purposefully. I held my breath, staying as still as I could, listening intently. Then they stopped right outside my tent. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours. Whoever was out there didn't budge. The rain's persistent drumming almost masked the faint sound of slow, steady breathing. It wasn't shaky or hurried, but calm and deliberate, like someone waiting. I stared at the tent wall, half expecting to see a shadow pass or the zipper begin to slide open, but nothing happened. Eventually, the steps resumed, moving away this time. They grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared entirely. Still, I didn't feel safe. I didn't sleep. I sat clutching the small knife I always kept in my bag, my muscles aching from remaining so still. The rain fell relentlessly, its constant patter amplifying the eerie quiet outside. When dawn finally broke and the rain eased, I gathered the courage to unzip my tent and peer outside. The clearing looked just as it had the day before, except for one disturbing detail. Muddy footprints surrounded my tent. They looped around it again and again, as though someone had been pacing there for hours. My hands shook as I packed up my gear as quickly as possible. I wanted to leave immediately. Just as I was about to leave the clearing, something caught my eye. A small piece of fabric, tied neatly into a knot, hanging from a branch near the edge of the clearing. It wasn't mine. I grabbed my things and hurried back to my car, refusing to look back. It wasn't until I was driving away that I started to feel any semblance of safety. Still, the memory of that night haunted me. Those footprints, the strange fabric. When I got home, I searched online and discovered that hunters sometimes leave similar markers to note certain spots. But why someone would do that in the middle of the night, circling my tent? I still can't explain it. Once we were all packed up, my grandparents invited me to join them on a trip to a quiet campsite they'd loved for years. They described it as a peaceful, hidden retreat deep within a dense forest, far removed from civilization. Though I'd gone camping before, this place had a different aura even before we arrived. The drive was long, with paved roads giving way to gravel and then to dirt trails. My grandpa carefully steered the old truck down the bumpy path, making sure our camping gear and a small tent didn't jostle too much in the back. By the time we pulled into the clearing, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows among the tall trees. There were no cars, no people, just us and the wilderness. We set up camp in a little opening near a bubbling stream. My grandmother laid out some blankets and began preparing dinner while my grandfather pitched the tent. The chilly air carried only the sound of the stream's rush and the occasional rustling leaves. It was tranquil, but something about it felt strange, as if the forest were holding its breath. That first night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside seemed amplified. The snap of twigs, the wind weaving through the branches, the steady murmur of the stream. At one point, I heard soft, deliberate steps, slow and heavy, crunching faintly against the earth. I reassured myself it must have been an animal, but the uneasy sensation of being watched stayed with me. The following day, we explored the area. My grandparents showed me the stream where they used to fish and a large moss-covered rock they said had been there as long as they could remember. In the daylight, the forest seemed less daunting, but the lingering feeling of being observed persisted. Though nothing unusual happened, I couldn't shake the sense that we weren't truly alone. As evening fell, the forest grew oppressive again, with deepening shadows and an unsettling quiet. My grandfather lit a fire, and we sat around it, eating and chatting about the day's adventures. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows across the trees, making them appear to move. My grandmother suggested turning in early, warning that the hike back to the truck the next day would be tough. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The fire outside had burned down to glowing embers, and the tent was enveloped in darkness. First, everything was still. Then I heard it again. The footsteps, clearer and closer this time. They were unmistakably human. I froze, my heart hammering as the sounds approached the tent. My grandparents slept soundly, unaware. The steps grew louder, pausing right outside, then resumed, moving slowly as though circling the tent. My breath caught as a new sound joined the footsteps, a dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the dirt. The steps came full circle around the tent again. I wanted to scream, to wake my grandparents, but fear kept me paralyzed. The sounds eventually faded, and I stayed awake, too terrified to close my eyes until dawn. When daylight finally arrived, I bolted from the tent to check outside. The ground was marked with large, heavy footprints and a long, dragged trail leading from the tent into the woods. I showed my grandparents, who exchanged a tense glance. They didn't say much, but I could tell they were disturbed. Without explanation, we packed up hastily and left. My grandfather gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white, and my grandmother kept glancing nervously at the trees as if expecting something, or someone, to emerge. When we returned home, my grandparents never spoke of the trip again, and neither did I. But I noticed changes in their behavior. They installed new locks on all the doors and windows, heavier than any I'd seen before. They kept the curtains drawn at all hours, even during the day. Both of them seemed on edge, as if carrying a fear they refused to share. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps in my mind, the deliberate, steady tread of someone circling our tent. I can't stop wondering who or what was out there with us in the forest. And more than that, I wonder why it felt like it never really left. The creepy cabin incident a few years back. My family used to rent cabins near a large lake with my grandparents during the summer. We'd usually grill food, swim, and take boats out on the lake for fishing and other fun activities. Over time, the place became a nice escape from my boring hometown. When we first got to this particular cabin, I have to admit, it looked a bit shady. The neighbors seemed odd. They left their pool as soon as we arrived and kept staring at us for a while. Skipped to the second night, and my brother and I couldn't sleep. We decided to sneak out and hang out by this small pond to smoke. Unbeknownst to me, my brother had been taking painkillers and passed out after about 20 minutes of us being on our phones. I was a reckless teenager at the time, so I swiped what he had left and wandered off to find a quiet spot. I ended up on a little hill overlooking the water. I lit up, enjoying the stillness of the night. The moonlight reflected off the pond, making the whole scene look peaceful. But after a while, I started hearing this weird noise coming from the far side of the water. I squinted in that direction and thought I saw something moving. Keep in mind, I was pretty out of it and couldn't see clearly. After staring for a bit, I saw a figure step out from the shadows. My heart dropped. It was a tall guy, wearing a hood and dressed entirely in black. He had to be over 6.5 feet tall. Then I noticed he was holding a shovel. I froze in place as his gaze locked onto me. To my horror, he suddenly started sprinting around the pond straight toward me. Panicked, I bolted back to the cabin as fast as I could. He was ridiculously fast, but I had a shorter path to the cabins. I reached our driveway and ducked behind our car, trying to catch my breath. Peeking out, I saw him about 20 yards away, scanning the area for me. Thankfully, he turned and disappeared behind one of the other buildings. I seized the opportunity to sneak back inside, locking every door behind me. I climbed into bed, trying to convince myself it didn't happen. The rest of the trip went by without incident, but I couldn't shake the memory. What was he doing with that shovel? And why did he chase me so suddenly? Part of me thinks he was burying something, maybe even someone. I'll never know for sure, but one thing's certain. I never want to encounter that terrifying giant in the woods again. I've always enjoyed camping. There's something magical about leaving everything behind. No traffic, No gadgets, just the calm of nature. This time, I chose a spot near a remote hamlet in the US, far from any city. The area was serene, with rolling hills, dense forest, and hardly a soul around. It seemed like the perfect retreat. I arrived in the late afternoon, parked my SUV on a dirt path, and hiked about a mile into the woods. I found a small clearing where I set up my tent and prepared a fire pit. The place was peaceful, almost eerily so, but I didn't dwell on it. I set up camp, gathered wood, and ate my dinner as the sun dipped below the horizon. When night fell, the forest became pitch black. My fire was the only light, and above, stars dotted the vast sky. I sat by the fire, soaking in the silence. Around 10 p.m., I decided to call it a night. After extinguishing the fire, I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and settled in. I wasn't sure how long I had been asleep when I woke abruptly. Something felt off. At first, I thought it was just the wind. I could hear leaves rustling, and the trees swayed slightly. But then I caught it, a soft, rhythmic thumping. It sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate, heavy. My pulse quickened as I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound didn't match either. I stayed motionless, straining to listen. Then, the steps stopped, and the forest fell into complete silence again. Just as I was beginning to calm down, I heard it, something brushing against the side of my tent. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like fingers trailing over the fabric. My stomach sank. I reached for the knife I always kept nearby when camping. Gripping it tightly, I debated what to do. Should I call out? Should I check outside? Before I could decide, the sound stopped. The silence was suffocating. I sat there, knife in hand, barely breathing. Hours seemed to crawl by, and eventually, sheer exhaustion must have overtaken me. When I opened my eyes, the first light of dawn was filtering through the fabric of the tent. Cautiously, I unzipped the tent and stepped out, clutching my knife. Everything looked normal at first, but then I saw them, footprints in the dirt, barefoot, human. They weren't just near my tent. They circled it over and over. A cold dread filled me as I followed the tracks. They led off into the forest, disappearing among the trees. My chest tightened as panic set in. I hastily packed my belongings, shoving everything into my bag. The hike back to my SUV felt endless. The woods seemed darker than before, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally reached my vehicle, I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove toward the village, an uneasy feeling lingered. Near the village's edge, I spotted a small notice board with faded papers pinned to it. Something compelled me to stop. One poster immediately caught my attention. It was a missing persons notice. The photograph was faint, but the man's face was still discernible. The date on the flyer indicated he'd vanished about half a year ago, right in these woods. My heart raced as I stared at it. Then, I noticed the paper's edges were frayed, as though someone had been handling it repeatedly, pinning and unpinning it. I didn't wait to find out more. I drove out of the area and didn't stop until I was hours away. Even now, I can't make sense of what happened. The footprints, though, they haunt me. They were human, barefoot, and far too close to my tent. But what chills me the most is this. Whoever it was didn't just stumble upon me in the woods. They were watching, circling, perhaps all night long. I had always dreamed of trekking through a dense rainforest, camping right in the heart of one of the wildest regions on the planet. Stories about the Amazon had always fascinated me. The risks, its immense size, and the strange creatures that called it home. It was as if the jungle had its own heartbeat, its own spirit. So when the opportunity finally came, I didn't hesitate. I packed only the essentials for a few days and set out for an adventure, alone, deep within the forest. The first few hours of hiking were just as thrilling as I'd imagined. The air was alive with the sounds of birds and insects, the towering trees forming a canopy overhead so thick that only patches of sunlight broke through. Occasionally, I spotted glimpses of animals darting through the underbrush, but they were always too quick for me to identify. Being surrounded by that untamed wilderness made everything feel surreal, like I traveled back in time to a world untouched by civilization. Around midday, I came across a small clearing by a shallow stream. It seemed like the perfect spot to set up camp. I pitched my tent, had a quick bite to eat, and wandered the immediate area to get my bearings. The dense foliage made it hard to see much beyond a few feet, but I figured as long as I stayed near the stream, I wouldn't lose my way. As the afternoon light began to fade faster than expected, the jungle grew darker and cooler. I gathered some dry wood and lit a small fire, watching the flames flicker as the shadows stretched and deepened around me. Then I noticed it. Something was off. The usual sounds of the forest, the buzzing insects, rustling leaves, and distant cries of animals, all stopped, replaced by an unnatural silence. I tried to convince myself it was just the transition from day to night, but the stillness felt eerie. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the area, but the flickering firelight only revealed dense trees and undergrowth beyond its glow. Beyond that, the darkness was impenetrable. Every little noise, a twig snapping, a leaf falling, made my pulse quicken. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it into the jungle, but all I saw were shadows. Whatever was out there remained hidden. The night felt endless. I barely slept, my nerves frayed as I kept hearing faint sounds, footsteps, breathing, branches cracking. But whenever I checked, there was nothing. By dawn, I was drained but determined to leave. I packed quickly and began retracing my steps, constantly on edge. The uneasy sensation of being watched stayed with me, making every rustle in the foliage feel ominous. Every few minutes, I glanced back over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone following me, but the path behind me remained empty. As the jungle began to thin out later in the day, I allowed myself a sliver of relief. That was when I saw it. A footprint pressed deep into the muddy trail. It wasn't mine, and it didn't belong to any animal I could think of. It was large, barefoot, and fresh. Whatever had left it was nearby. I froze, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a fleeting movement, something darting behind the trees, too fast to make out clearly. It looked human, or at least human-like. I didn't stay to investigate. Panic surged through me and I started running. The jungle felt like it was closing in, every branch and shadow conspiring to hold me back. My heart pounded as I sprinted, the sound of heavy footsteps closing in behind me. It was as if the forest itself wanted me gone. When I finally burst out of the trees and into the open, I was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. I turned back and stared into the jungle, but nothing moved. The silence had returned, as though the forest had swallowed up whatever had been following me. But the feeling didn't go away. Even as I returned to safety, that overwhelming sense of being watched clung to me. The memory of that footprint haunted me. Whatever had made it had been close, so close, and I realized something chilling. It had been there the entire time, watching me, following me, and waiting. It hadn't attacked because it didn't need to, and that thought still keeps me awake at night. I had been camping alone for a few days, trying to clear my mind. This secluded area was my go-to spot whenever I needed peace. It was a long stretch of dense woods where hardly anyone ventured. The trail wound through thick forest and steep hills, so quiet it felt like the rest of the world didn't exist. That's what drew me there. But after 2 nights, I started to get an uneasy feeling deep in my gut. It wasn't something I could explain, just a vague sense that something was off. At first, it felt like a small shift in the air. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. Spending days alone in the wild can mess with your head. Still, the feeling lingered, refusing to leave. I kept brushing it off, thinking it was just nerves. Maybe I wasn't used to being so far from everything for so long. On the 3rd day, I decided to hike to a nearby stream to refill my water supply. The trail was just as quiet as before, with only the sounds of birds, rustling leaves, and the crunch of my boots to keep me company. But as I got closer to the water, something caught my attention. A scrap of red fabric caught on a low branch. It flapped in the breeze, looking completely out of place. Then I noticed the footprints. Fresh impressions in the dirt, but they weren't what you'd expect from a casual hiker. They were deep, heavy, like someone had been running. The tracks led away from the river, straight toward my campsite. My heart pounded as I froze for a moment, realizing I wasn't alone out here. Someone had been wandering nearby, and I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. I decided to follow the tracks back, keeping as quiet as possible, stepping carefully to avoid making noise. That uneasy feeling in my stomach grew stronger, and I couldn't shake the thought that whoever left those footprints might still be around. The trees felt darker, the air heavier, even though the sun was still high. When I finally reached my tent, my unease turned to dread. The tent had been slashed open, and my belongings were scattered everywhere. Nothing seemed to be stolen, but everything was wrecked, like someone had done it intentionally. Felt like a warning. This wasn't the work of an animal, and it wasn't some random person passing by. Someone had found my camp and left a message. I didn't waste time. I threw what I could salvage into my backpack and set off down the trail. Staying another night wasn't an option. As I walked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. The sensation of being watched clung to me no matter how fast I moved. By the time I reached the clearing where my car was parked, the sun was beginning to set. Exhausted and on edge, I felt a sliver of relief when I saw my car untouched. I tossed my bag into the back seat, ready to leave as quickly as possible. But then something caught my eye in the rearview mirror. A patrol car parked at the far end of the lot. At first, I thought it was just routine, a ranger checking the area. But something felt wrong. The driver's door was open, and there was no one in sight. Slowly, I got out and approached the vehicle. The closer I got, the stronger my unease became. When I peered inside, my stomach dropped. Blood, fresh blood, stained the driver's seat. Just a few steps away, the dirt was disturbed, as if there had been a struggle. My mind raced as panic set in. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't good. I turned back toward my car, but movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. A figure stood half hidden among the trees, watching me. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, staring. My body froze, terror rooting me to the spot. The air felt heavy, like the entire world had stopped. Finally, instinct took over and I bolted for my car. I jumped in, locked the doors, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. Even as I drove home, heart racing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Weeks have passed, but the unease hasn't gone away. Every time I step outside, I feel that same unsettling presence. The authorities never found any trace of the officer who drove that patrol car or any clue about what happened. But I can't help thinking I know the truth. Someone or something was out there, and I don't think they're finished watching me. I had been planning this solo hiking trip for months. My ex-husband Jake and I used to hike often when we were married, so it felt strange being out here on my own. But after everything that had happened, I thought some time alone in nature might help me sort through my thoughts. I packed only the essentials and set out into the woods, choosing a trail that had fallen out of use years ago. That's why I liked it, quiet and untouched. The first few hours were peaceful. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the distant songs of birds brought back memories of simpler times. I found a familiar clearing near a stream and decided to set up camp there. My plan was straightforward: spend the night, hike further the next day, and head home. As the sun began to set, the woods grew eerily silent. At first, I welcomed the stillness, but as darkness crept in, I started to feel uneasy. It was subtle at first, a nagging sensation that I wasn't alone. I built a small fire, hoping the light and warmth would ease my nerves. The flames flickered, casting shifting shadows across the trees. I tried to focus on the sound of the stream nearby, but the unsettling feeling lingered. Every rustle in the bushes or crack of a twig made my pulse quicken. These were normal forest noises, I reminded myself, but in the darkness they felt sinister. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. I had been here before, and I knew the woods could feel different at night. Even so, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. I found myself scanning the edges of the firelight, half expecting to see something or someone lurking just beyond the glow. Time seemed to crawl. Eventually, I decided to put out the fire and call it a night. I climbed into my tent and lay there trying to sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke abruptly. Something felt wrong. The air was unnaturally heavy and still, and that gnawing feeling of not being alone had grown stronger. I held my breath, straining to listen. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound just outside the tent. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay frozen, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But deep down, I knew better. Carefully, I reached for my flashlight, trying to move as quietly as possible. When I turned it on, the tent lit up, and I heard the rustling again, closer this time. My hands shook as I unzipped the tent just enough to shine the light outside. What I saw made my stomach churn. A person was standing at the edge of the clearing, motionless and silent. They weren't far, maybe 10 feet away, staring straight at my tent. My grip on the flashlight tightened until my fingers ached. They didn't speak or move, just stood there, watching. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm. Slowly, I zipped the tent shut again and sat there, frozen in place, my mind racing. Who stands out in the woods in the middle of the night, doing nothing but staring? Minutes felt like hours. I didn't hear any more noises, but I could feel their presence just outside. I didn't dare close my eyes, let alone try to sleep. I sat there in the dark, listening to every sound, waiting for dawn. When the first light of morning finally came, I cautiously unzipped the tent. The clearing was empty, but the grass where they had stood was trampled flat. I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been there, just watching me. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands trembling the entire time. I left the campsite without looking back, abandoning my plans to continue the hike. I just wanted to get out of those woods. I never returned to that trail. To this day, I don't know who that person was or what they wanted. Maybe they were harmless, just passing through. But the way they stood there, silent and unmoving, still haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed out there. We had been out in the wilderness for a few days as part of a field exercise. The task was to navigate through dense woods and rough terrain, setting up camp wherever we could find a spot. It was me and 3 other guys, seasoned outdoorsmen, all used to tough conditions. But this place felt off from the moment we arrived. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, just an eerie, oppressive stillness. It was unsettling, as if the woods were silently watching us. Still, we pressed on, sticking to the map and trying to stay on course. As the daylight faded, we found a small clearing to set up camp. We built a fire, quickly ate some rations, and unrolled our sleeping bags under the open sky. I took the first watch. The hours dragged on, and although nothing seemed out of place, I couldn't shake that unsettling feeling. The silence was too heavy, the darkness too deep. Every so often, I scanned the trees, expecting movement, but all remained still. When my shift ended, I woke the next guy and crawled into my sleeping bag, trying to shrug off the unease. Sleep came, but it wasn't restful. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night, heart pounding. The camp was pitch dark, with only the dim glow of the fire's dying embers providing any light. I lay still, trying to figure out what had woken me, when a faint metallic smell reached my nose. The scent was strange, sharp, and wrong, like blood. I sat up quietly, straining my ears. At first, all I could hear was my own breathing. Then came a faint crunching noise, like cautious steps on dry leaves. My blood froze as I turned toward the sound. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the fire's dim light, something moved. It was low to the ground, shifting in the shadows. It wasn't one of the guys. I could see them all in their sleeping bags. And it wasn't an animal. Its movements were too deliberate, too unnatural. I gripped my knife tightly, my pulse racing. The thing circled the camp slowly, its footsteps careful and deliberate. I held my breath, hoping it wouldn't notice me. Then the sound stopped. The forest fell silent again. I scanned the shadows, my heart hammering, but I couldn't see anything. The metallic smell grew stronger, almost suffocating. My stomach churned, and then I noticed it. One of the sleeping bags was empty. One of us was gone. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm, stay still. There were no signs of struggle, no tracks on the ground, nothing to explain how he had vanished. Only that awful smell remained, heavy in the air. We were trained for dangerous situations, but this was different, something far beyond our understanding. I didn't wake the others. I couldn't explain what was happening, and I didn't want to cause chaos. So I waited, gripping my knife, every nerve on edge, listening for any sign of the thing returning. The night dragged on, the darkness stretching endlessly. No more sounds came. By the time dawn broke, the forest felt normal again. Birds chirped, and the breeze stirred the leaves, as if nothing had happened. But he was still gone. There was no trace of him, no tracks, no blood, no clues. Just gone. We packed up in silence, the weight of the night heavy on all of us. None of us spoke about it, but I knew we were all thinking the same thing. Whatever had taken him was still out there, watching, waiting. As we left the forest, the unease stayed with me. I don't know what it was that night, and maybe I never will. But one thing is clear. Whatever it was, it could have taken all of us if it wanted to. And wherever it is, I don't think we'll ever truly be safe. I took my aunt camping for the first time. She wasn't much of an outdoorsy person, but I thought it might be a nice change for her. We picked a secluded area near a small, calm river, surrounded by dense trees. It was serene, with the kind of quiet you can only find far from civilization. Once we set up camp, she suggested we take a short walk, so we grabbed our things and headed into the woods. The trail was narrow, and the towering trees blocked out most of the light. The deeper we went, the less we could see of the river behind us. As we continued, I started feeling uneasy. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnaturally still. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. The silence was oppressive, the kind that makes the hair on your neck stand up. I brushed it off, thinking I was overreacting, but the uneasy feeling lingered. Even my aunt, who wasn't easily shaken, kept glancing around, her usual calm demeanor faltering. We'd been walking for nearly an hour when the path split into several branches. There were no signs or markers to guide us. I didn't want to alarm her, but I couldn't tell which way led back. We tried a few different paths, but each one only seemed to pull us deeper into the forest. The surroundings became unfamiliar, and the river felt impossibly far away. The sun began to dip lower, casting long shadows between the trees. I tried to stay composed so she wouldn't panic, but fear was tightening in my chest. Every trail we followed led us in circles or deeper into the dense forest, like the woods themselves were trapping us. As the light faded, I began marking trees with my pocket knife, hoping to leave a trail. Yet somehow the marks seemed to disappear, as if the forest was erasing them. With darkness closing in fast, I decided we should stop and wait for morning. Maybe the daylight would help us find our way back. We sat by a large tree, conserving our energy. The cold crept in, making the night feel even longer. I tried to shake the overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Sometime past midnight, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps moving through the trees behind us. At first, I thought it might be another hiker, but the steps stopped abruptly. I strained to listen, but there was nothing. Just that eerie silence pressing in from all sides. Minutes later, the sound returned, closer this time. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't just passing through. They were following us. I froze, hoping they'd leave, but they didn't. The footsteps stopped again, just beyond the nearest trees. I couldn't see anything in the pitch-black darkness, but I knew someone or something was there, watching. Neither of us slept after that. Every so often, the footsteps returned, pacing closer but never fully revealing themselves. It wasn't an animal. It felt calculated, intentional. As dawn finally broke, the footsteps ceased entirely. We got up, stiff and exhausted, and set out as quickly as possible. Even in the light of day, the forest felt wrong. Too quiet, too empty. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled upon a trail that led us back to the river. Relief flooded over me, but the feeling of being watched never left. It clung to me until we reached the car and sped away from that place. I don't know what was out there that night, but it wasn't random. It felt like something had been waiting for us, something real and deliberate. I never told my aunt the full story, and she never asked to go camping again. But even now, when I'm alone in the dark, I sometimes hear those slow, steady footsteps in my mind. I never look toward the windows. Something tells me it's better not to. Last spring, my cousin Lena and I decided to get away from the city and spend some time camping in the hills. We both enjoyed exploring nature, so we picked a trail known for its stunning scenery and moderate difficulty. Our plan was to set up camp, stay overnight, and return the following morning. We arrived at the trailhead in the late afternoon and quickly pitched our tent. The setting sun cast long shadows across the ground, and the sky turned a brilliant shade of amber. As the air cooled, we had dinner by the fire, roasting marshmallows and soaking in the quiet serenity of the woods. When night fell, the forest became eerily still, with only the occasional rustling of leaves breaking the silence. We decided to call it an early night to rest for the hike ahead. Lena drifted off to sleep almost immediately, but I found the quiet unsettling. It felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise outside the tent. It sounded like deliberate, measured footsteps. My heart began to pound. I shook Lena gently, but she was deeply asleep. I strained to identify the source of the sound. It seemed to move in circles around our campsite. Gripping my flashlight, I carefully unzipped the tent. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, revealing only trees and shifting shadows. I listened closely but couldn't detect anything unusual, so I zipped up the tent and lay back down, trying to calm my nerves. Just as I was starting to relax, a heavy sound brushed against the side of the tent. I froze. This time it was much closer. The tent's fabric pushed inward slightly, as if someone or something was pressing against it. My mind raced with fear, but I knew I had to act. Slowly, I unzipped the tent again. The zippers sound unnervingly loud in the stillness. Shining the flashlight outside, I scanned the area. A dark figure darted between the trees, moving too quickly for me to make out any details. My chest tightened. I turned to Lena, shaking her awake in a hurried whisper. We scrambled to pack up our gear, our breaths quick and panicked. That creeping sensation of being watched never left me as we worked. As we prepared to leave, I noticed a small stack of rocks near our campsite that hadn't been there before. They were carefully balanced, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. A chill ran down my spine. We grabbed our bags and began the hike back, moving as fast as we dared in the dark. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the shadow again. By the time we reached the trailhead, the first light of dawn was breaking through the trees. We were utterly drained but relieved to be safe. To this day, we have no idea who or what had been prowling around our campsite. But the memory of those stacked rocks and the sensation of being watched made it clear we were not alone. That unsettling experience left us wary of camping by ourselves in the wilderness. Even now, I can't shake the thought that whatever or whoever had been there with us that night might still be out there, waiting for another chance. It was a cool autumn morning when I headed out on a solo hike in the nearby hills. The air felt fresh, and the sunlight stretched in long beams through the trees. My plan was to camp overnight by a secluded lake, far from the bustle of people. At first, the trail was easy to follow, winding gently through the forest. The vibrant fall foliage was breathtaking, and the only sounds were the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots and the occasional song of a bird. By midday, I arrived at a small open space and decided it would be the perfect spot to set up camp. I pitched my tent near the lake, relishing the peaceful atmosphere and the soft rhythm of waves lapping at the shore. As night fell, I built a small fire to prepare my meal. The fire's crackle and warmth provided comfort against the growing chill. After eating, I sat by the flames, gazing at the stars twinkling in the clear night sky. Everything felt serene, almost perfect, until I heard an unusual noise. At first, it was faint, a soft rustling sound. I assumed it was a small animal scurrying through the underbrush. But as the hours went by, the noise grew louder and more distinct, coming from the forest's edge near my campsite. I tried to dismiss it as wind or wildlife, but something about the sound felt deliberate, almost rhythmic, as if it were trying to catch my attention. My unease grew with each passing moment. The darkness made it impossible to see beyond the glow of the fire, and the occasional snapping twig or distant thud made my heart race. I clutched my flashlight, trying to calm myself, but the sounds persisted. Finally, I decided to investigate. Gripping my flashlight in one hand and a sturdy branch in the other, I cautiously walked toward the source of the noise. The area around the lake was dense with trees and tangled brush. Just as I got closer, the noises abruptly stopped, leaving an unsettling silence. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the area but found nothing out of the ordinary, at least at first. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Fresh footprints in the damp soil near the water's edge. They were large and recent, suggesting that someone or something had been there. My pulse quickened as I realized I wasn't as alone as I'd thought. The footprints led into the forest, but I didn't dare follow them. The idea of something unseen watching me from the darkness was terrifying. I hurried back to my campsite, my mind racing with fear and unease. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, deciding it was safer to leave before night fully settled in. As I drove away, the dark outline of the forest faded in my rearview mirror, but the sense of dread stayed with me. The memory of those footprints and the eerie noises haunted me long after I left the hills. I never discovered who or what had been out there that night, but one thing was certain: something had been watching. The unsettling silence of the woods and the mystery of those tracks reminded me that the scariest things are often the ones we can't see, the ones that make us feel exposed and vulnerable. The woods felt strange that morning. My younger cousin and I had stumbled upon an old, forgotten logging trail, overgrown and almost hidden unless you were deliberately looking for something unusual. And that's exactly what we were. Two restless guys seeking a bit of adventure, or at least a break from the dullness of the day. The faint trail branching off from the road was hardly visible, concealed under layers of ferns and decaying leaves. It seemed to call to us, almost begging to be discovered. We joked about it being a shortcut in that teasing way close friends do when neither wants to admit they're uneasy. The air in the forest was colder, unnaturally so, for the late spring afternoon. An eerie chill seeped through our jackets, making us shiver. The towering evergreens loomed overhead, their drooping limbs thick with moss, almost as if they were observing us. The trail twisted and wound deeper into the woods, and before long, we were further in than we'd planned. It felt like hours had passed when we stumbled upon something that brought us to an abrupt halt. A clearing, small and encircled by ancient stones coated in layers of moss. The symmetry of the stones seemed unnatural amidst the chaotic wilderness of the forest. My cousin made a comment about ancient rituals, but his nervous laugh quickly died in the stillness. The air in the clearing was heavy, suffocatingly quiet. No birds, no insects, no breeze, just an oppressive silence. We sat down on the damp ground to catch our breath, trying to shrug off the unease. I convinced myself it was nothing, just my overactive imagination. My cousin rummaged through his backpack for water while I scanned the area. That's when I felt it, a primal instinct, like an unseen presence watching us. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I scanned the surrounding trees but saw nothing, only the dense shadows cast by the gnarled trunks. My breathing grew shallow as I tried to steady myself, telling myself it was just the silence playing tricks. Then the light began to dim, not like a gradual sunset but an abrupt shift, as if the forest had exhaled darkness. The canopy above seemed to knit itself tighter, and shadows stretched across the clearing. I turned to speak to my cousin, but my words caught in my throat. He was gone. The spot where he had been sitting was empty, his backpack still open on the ground. My chest tightened as I spun in a slow circle, scanning the tree line. "Eli!" I called, but the sound felt muffled, swallowed by the heavy silence. No echo, no response, just an oppressive quiet. Panic clawed at my stomach as I stumbled to the edge of the clearing, tripping over roots that seemed to clutch at my feet. I pushed through the tangled underbrush, shouting his name, over and over, my voice hoarse. The forest seemed alive, its gnarled roots and branches conspiring to slow me down. The deeper I ventured, the darker it grew, the trail vanishing beneath my feet, replaced by an endless tangle of roots and rocks. My cousin's name echoed in my head as I called it until my throat was raw, but there was no reply. Then I heard it, the faint sound of whispers, distant at first but growing louder, like the murmur of leaves in the wind. Except there was no wind. The whispers grew distinct, calling my name. It was Eli's voice, yet it wasn't. There was something off, something wrong, a distorted quality that made my blood run cold. The forest seemed to pull me forward, the whispers circling me, always just beyond reach. Branches snagged my clothes as I stumbled, their touch almost deliberate, as if they were guiding or trapping me. The world blurred into darkness as the forest closed in, and just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I stumbled into a clearing. It was smaller than the first, the trees forming an impenetrable barrier around it. Standing in the center was Eli, his back turned to me, head bowed. "Eli," I whispered, my voice trembling. He didn't move. I stepped closer. "Eli," I called again, louder. Slowly, he turned, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror. For a moment, relief washed over me, until he spoke. The words that came from his mouth were mine, twisted and wrong, echoing back from the shadows. The clearing seemed to shrink as the trees pressed closer, the air growing colder. My heart pounded as I stumbled backward, realizing that whatever had taken Eli was now playing with me. My instincts screamed to run. I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, the forest clawing at me with branches and roots. The whispers faded, the oppressive darkness lifted, and suddenly, I was out. Blinking in the sunlight, I stumbled toward our car parked at the edge of the woods. Eli was standing beside it, pale and shaken. His eyes met mine, and I saw the same terror reflected in them. "Where were you?" he choked out. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to spend the weekend camping in the Whispering Pines forest, far from the usual noise and busyness of daily life. I craved solitude, a chance to reset my mind, and what better way than to immerse myself in nature? After hours of trekking through winding trails, I stumbled upon an ideal spot, a remote clearing by a still, mirror-like lake. The sun reflected off the water's surface, and the trees swayed gently in the breeze. It was serene, secluded, and exactly the escape I needed. I spent the afternoon setting up camp. My tent stood near the lake, and I gathered plenty of wood for the night. With a simple fire pit constructed, I watched the sun sink behind the horizon, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The stress I had carried with me began to dissolve. As night fell, I sat by the crackling fire, shadows dancing around me. Slowly roasting a skewer of sausages, I savored the simplicity of the meal. When darkness fully embraced the woods, the stars emerged in a breathtaking display, sparkling like tiny jewels across a velvet sky. I leaned back, warmed by the fire as the surrounding air cooled. The tranquility was magical. For the first time in ages, my thoughts stilled, and I felt truly at peace. But then, a peculiar sensation broke through the calm, a fleeting feeling that I wasn't alone. My gaze darted toward the trees, scanning the shadows, but there was nothing unusual. Shaking off the unease, I reminded myself that nerves were normal on a solo trip. Adding more wood to the fire, I tried to relax, though a tiny sliver of doubt lingered. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I prepared for bed. Ensuring the fire was fully extinguished with water, I listened as the embers hissed and died. Crawling into my tent, I zipped it up tightly and nestled into my sleeping bag. The ambient sounds of the forest, a frog's croak by the lake, rustling leaves, and the occasional distant hoot of an owl, lulled me to sleep. Sometime during the night, I woke with a start. My heart raced, though I didn't know why. The air felt icy, and the silence was unnerving. Gone were the comforting forest sounds, replaced by an oppressive stillness. My instincts screamed that something was wrong. Cautiously, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. My breath caught. The fire I had extinguished was burning again, flames dancing in the darkness. My mind reeled. I vividly remembered dousing the fire and watching it go out. How could it be lit again? Stepping out of the tent, the cold bit through my clothes, and the silence weighed heavily on me. My gear had shifted subtly. The pot, boots, and even my bag weren't quite where I'd left them. Though the changes were minor, they sent shivers down my spine. Flashlight in hand, I scanned the surrounding trees, the beam trembling as much as my hands. The night dragged on, and I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. But when I turned back toward the tent, my stomach dropped. The zipper was partially open. I was sure I had closed it fully. Frightened, I spent the rest of the night by the fire, feeding it constantly to keep it alive. Every sound, a rustling leaf, a snapping twig, sent my pulse racing. Yet I saw nothing. By dawn, I was exhausted, but as the first rays of light broke through the trees, I noticed something chilling. Deep, bare footprints circled my tent. Someone or something had been pacing while I slept. Heart pounding, I packed my things as quickly as possible, all the while scanning the forest's edge. The woods were unnaturally quiet. Even the usual morning bird calls were absent. The shadows felt alive, shifting just beyond the reach of my vision. Then I heard it, a twig snapping behind me. Whipping around, I saw nothing, but my fear grew. Determined to leave, I shouldered my bag and hurried toward the trail. The sensation of being watched grew stronger with every step. The forest seemed to close in, its towering trees like looming sentinels. As I neared the main trail, the sound came again, louder this time. I froze. Turning slowly, I glimpsed a tall, dark figure among the trees, moving with an eerie grace. Panic surged, and I broke into a run, ignoring the uneven ground that tugged at my feet. Branches clawed at my clothes, and roots threatened to trip me, but I pressed on. My breathing was ragged, my legs burned, and the forest seemed to warp around me. Finally, the trees thinned, revealing the trail bathed in sunlight. Relief flooded me as I stumbled onto it, though my body trembled with fear. Against my better judgment, I glanced back. The shadow stood at the forest's edge, motionless but undeniably watching. I turned and ran, not stopping until the forest was a distant silhouette behind me. Though I escaped, the memory of that night haunts me. Whatever was in those woods wasn't natural, and it wasn't done with me. "40 years ago, my uncle purchased 30 acres of dense forest in a remote area of the Pacific Northwest. The trees were towering, and the canopy made the sky seem dim, even during the day. He said he wanted a retreat, a place to hunt, fish, and live simply. But from the very beginning, the land gave off an unsettling vibe, like we were intruding. There was something strange about the property's history. Before my uncle acquired it, the area was home to an old logging camp. People whispered about workers disappearing and an unusual number of fatal accidents. My uncle dismissed these tales as folklore, but I always felt he didn't entirely believe that. Even earlier, settlers had conducted odd rituals there. He once found strange carvings on ancient trees and stone arrangements in peculiar circles. It was unclear whether they were meant to contain something or keep it out. The local tribes avoided the area entirely, calling it Shadowed Place and leaving it undisturbed. Still, my uncle Tom wasn't deterred. He built a cabin on the land with his own hands, a simple structure that groaned under the wind's weight. He added a small smokehouse and even a lookout platform. Yet, no matter how much he worked on it, the wilderness resisted him. It seemed almost alive, unwilling to be tamed. Whenever I wandered off, the forest felt heavy, the air colder, and I had the distinct impression I was being watched. The first time I realized the land wasn't normal, I was 11 or 12. Walking along an overgrown path, I heard a faint whimper. At first, I thought it was our old dog, Rusty, though Rusty had been gone for over 2 years. Turning, I saw what looked like him in the shadows. But something was wrong. His coat was patchy, and his glowing, pale eyes were nothing like the warm brown ones I remembered. I froze, staring. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. I bolted back to the cabin, heart pounding, and told Uncle Tom. He laughed it off, claiming the forest could play tricks on the mind. Maybe he was right, but the encounter left me deeply uneasy. Over the years, the strangeness escalated. The land seemed to reject us. By the winter of 2023, Uncle Tom and my cousin Jake spent their weekends there, trying to make it feel like home. But the forest had other plans. Strange things started happening. One morning, they returned looking shaken. Jake wouldn't talk, but Uncle Tom explained they'd found animal bones arranged in an intricate star-like pattern in front of the cabin. He blamed coyotes, though his worried eyes betrayed his words. Deep scratches, unlike anything left by raccoons or bears, marred the cabin walls, extending all the way to the roof. Determined to get answers, Jake set up motion-activated cameras around the property. The following weekend, they checked the footage but found mostly static and odd bursts of light. The strangest clip showed a tall, gaunt figure at the clearing's edge. It moved unnaturally fast, and when they replayed the clip, it was gone. One night, Uncle Tom woke to scratching on the roof. Venturing outside, he found a lifeless fox hanging from a tree, its wide-open eyes frozen in terror. Cameras that night failed again, their batteries inexplicably drained. The most chilling experience happened in the lookout tower. Uncle Tom heard someone whispering his name, a voice eerily familiar. It was his late brother's voice, coaxing him to come down. For a moment, Uncle Tom felt compelled, almost in a trance, but he snapped out of it just in time. Jake grew fed up and decided to explore a far-off corner of the property, one no one ventured into. It was a tangled mess of ancient trees and thick vines. Reluctantly, I joined him. As we pushed through the eerie stillness, we stumbled upon a clearing. There were graves, about a dozen, marked by stone piles, their soil freshly disturbed. A shiver ran through me. We didn't belong there. Jake muttered that we should leave, but it felt like the forest was holding us in place. Eventually, we fled back to the cabin and told Uncle Tom. He was skeptical but agreed to see the graves the next day. Armed with a metal detector, we returned. Most graves registered nothing, but the last one set the detector off wildly. The air grew heavy, thick with a sense of warning. Uncle Tom wanted to dig, but Jake and I begged him not to. Finally, he relented. From that point on, the forest's hostility became undeniable. Uncle Tom stopped staying in the cabin and moved to a camper closer to the road. Jake refused to return altogether. Whatever lurked in those woods, whatever lay beneath those graves, made it clear we were unwelcome. We learned to stay away. The hike began like any other, a casual, spur-of-the-moment adventure. My girlfriend, Emily, and I were tired of the usual trails and eager to venture into unfamiliar territory. The late afternoon sun painted the forest in shades of amber and green, its rays filtering through the leaves. The crisp air carried the sounds of birds and the gentle rustle of foliage, making it feel like we were the only two people in the world. Curiosity led us away from the marked trail, eager to uncover the hidden corners of the woods. At first, it was exhilarating, each step drawing us deeper into the unknown. But it wasn't long before we stumbled upon something unusual. At first, it looked like an old tree stump, but as we approached, we realized it was not part of the forest at all. It was a weathered mannequin leaning against a tree, its plastic body streaked with dirt and draped in moss. One arm was missing, and an old, battered hat sat lopsided on its head. The sight was jarring, absurd even, and we laughed nervously. Maybe it was some kind of prank, we thought, likely left by mischievous kids. We pressed on, but the light-hearted mood faded as the air grew colder. The trees seemed to stretch higher, their gnarled branches twisting ominously. Shadows lengthened across the forest floor, swallowing the last traces of sunlight. The cheerful chirping of birds disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence that raised the hairs on my arms. It felt like the forest itself was observing us. Determined to keep going, we pushed through the undergrowth, hoping to stumble upon something that would guide us back to the main path. That's when we saw it, another mannequin. This one lay partially buried under a heap of leaves, its face turned skyward in a vacant stare. A chill ran through me, and I glanced at Emily. She forced a weak smile, but the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. Hugging herself, she whispered, "Let's just keep moving." I nodded, trying to project a calmness I didn't feel. We continued, but unease clung to us like a shadow. It wasn't long before we encountered a third mannequin. This one perched on a large rock, its head tilted as though it were studying us. The cracks and discoloration on its face gave it a disturbingly lifelike expression in the dim light. Emily grabbed my hand, her grip painfully tight. "This is getting creepy," she said, her voice trembling. I nodded, my stomach churning as I scanned the darkening forest. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our shallow breaths and the crunch of leaves underfoot. We decided to turn back, retracing our steps, but the forest seemed unfamiliar, as though it had shifted in our absence. The trees closed in, their twisted forms creating a maze that defied logic. The air grew thick, pressing down on us like an unseen force. Panic rose as we came upon yet another mannequin, this one standing upright in the middle of the path, its empty eyes fixed on us. It hadn't been there before. Emily's grip on my hand tightened, her voice barely audible. "We need to leave. Now." I didn't argue. We quickened our pace, but it was as if the mannequins were multiplying, appearing around every corner. One leaned against a tree, another peered out from behind a bush, and a third lay sprawled across the trail as if it had fallen from the sky. My heart pounded as I swore I saw one shift, ever so slightly, as if watching us. The thought of them moving, even imperceptibly, sent shivers down my spine. We broke into a frantic run, branches snagging our clothes and roots catching our feet. The mannequins seemed to anticipate our every move, appearing just ahead, their lifeless faces turned toward us. One had its mouth open, frozen in a silent scream. Emily's breaths were short and panicked, echoing my own. "Don't stop," I gasped, barely able to hear my voice over the thundering of my heart. Finally, the forest opened up, and we stumbled back onto the main trail. The sunlight, now dimming, bathed the woods in a peaceful glow as if mocking our terror. The mannequins were gone. We stood there, panting, our clothes torn and faces scratched. Around us, the forest seemed normal again, calm and serene. The birds had returned, their cheerful songs a cruel contrast to the fear that gripped us moments before. Neither of us spoke as we hurried to the car. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, every sound from the forest making me flinch. Emily's eyes darted nervously around, wide and fearful. Once inside, we locked the doors, the car engine breaking the silence like a lifeline. We sped away, leaving the forest and its haunting secrets behind. The drive home was quiet, both of us lost in thought. The familiar streets of our neighborhood offered a fleeting sense of safety. When we arrived at Emily's house, she turned to me, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think they'll follow us?" I wanted to reassure her, to say something comforting, but the words wouldn't come. "I don't know," I admitted. She nodded, doubt clouding her face as she kissed my cheek and hurried inside. I waited until the door was locked before driving home, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they ached. That night, sleep was elusive. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window set my nerves on edge. Though I checked the yard multiple times, it was always empty. Still, the feeling lingered, the sense that something was watching, waiting. Weeks have passed, but the memory hasn't dulled. I haven't dared to return to that forest. And on quiet nights, when the wind is still and the shadows stretch long, I sometimes hear faint rustles outside my window. I tell myself it's just the wind, but deep down I wonder if they followed us after all. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. My buddies and I had organized a few days getaway in the State Wilderness Reserve, far removed from civilization. I decided to head out a day early to set up camp and prepare for everyone's arrival. It felt like a great chance to enjoy some solitude in the wild before the group showed up. With my gear packed, I loaded my truck and hit the road, excited to begin the adventure. The drive into the reserve was long and winding, the road curling deeper into the dense forest with each turn. The farther I went, the more the towering trees seemed to close in, their outstretched branches casting eerie shadows over the road as the sun sank lower in the sky. The dimming light gave the woods an almost haunting appearance. I told myself it was picturesque, but an unease began creeping up on me. The road narrowed further, and it felt like I was leaving the familiar world far behind. Finally, I reached what I assumed was our campsite. It had all the signs: a fire ring, logs arranged for seating, and evidence that others had camped there recently. It seemed ideal, almost as though it had been waiting for me. I got out of the truck, stretched, and tried to shake off the unsettling feeling that had settled in my chest. After unloading my supplies, I began setting up the tent. As I worked, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges, fading purples, and eventually, an impenetrable black. The only light came from my lantern and the small campfire I managed to kindle. Sitting on one of the logs, I felt the fire's warmth against the cool evening air. It should have been calming, but as the hours ticked by, a growing sense of unease took hold. It felt like I wasn't entirely alone, as though unseen eyes were observing me from the shadows beyond the firelight. I dismissed the thought, reasoning it was natural to feel jittery being alone in the heart of the woods. But each snapping branch or rustling leaf made my heart race. I constantly scanned the darkened perimeter, my eyes straining to see past the flickering firelight. All I could make out were murky shapes, but the feeling persisted. Something was out there, lurking just out of sight. Telling myself I was being silly, I decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipped it securely, and lay down. Outside, the fire burned low, and the surrounding darkness seemed to thicken. I shut my eyes but couldn't sleep. The sensation of being watched lingered, like invisible eyes were fixated on me, waiting. I tried to convince myself it was paranoia, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Suddenly, I woke with a start, my heart hammering in my chest. For a moment, I didn't know why, but then I heard it, a faint whispering. It was distant at first, but unmistakable, drifting through the still night air. I held my breath, straining to listen. The voices, low and murmuring, seemed to come from all directions, their words unintelligible. My skin prickled, and fear rooted me in place. Summoning courage, I unzipped my sleeping bag and sat up. My trembling hands fumbled in the dark until they found the flashlight. Taking a deep breath, I switched it on. The whispering stopped abruptly. I peered out of the tent, unzipping it slightly. The fire was nearly extinguished, only faint embers glowing in the ash. The clearing was eerily silent. As I scanned the edges of the campsite, I spotted them, dark figures standing just outside the circle of light. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. They stood motionless, their forms barely distinguishable in the darkness. My pulse thundered in my ears, and my mouth went dry. When I tried to speak, my voice came out as a croak. "Hello," I whispered, the word trembling on my lips. The figures didn't respond. They just stood there, staring. My hands shook as I tightened my grip on the flashlight and aimed the beam toward them. For a brief instant, it looked like one of them moved closer. Panic surged through me, and I quickly redirected the light. But when I looked back, they were gone. The clearing was empty, as though they had never been there. I zipped the tent shut as fast as I could, clutching the flashlight with white-knuckled hands, and stayed alert, listening intently. The whispers didn't return, but the oppressive silence was worse. The forest felt like it was holding its breath. I remained awake the rest of the night, every sound making my heart leap. The faintest crack of a branch or rustle of leaves heightened my fear. It felt as though those shadowy figures were still out there, waiting. When dawn finally broke, I cautiously peeked out. The campsite appeared normal, peaceful even, but the unease lingered. I quickly packed up my belongings, my hands trembling. As I glanced around the clearing one last time, a horrifying realization struck me. I was at the wrong campsite. The spot marked on the map was several miles away, deeper into the forest. I had unknowingly spent the night in a completely different place. Shivers ran down my spine as I considered whose site this had been, and whether those figures were connected to it. I hurriedly shouldered my pack and began trekking back to the car, every step fraught with paranoia. The forest was quiet except for the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. It felt like those figures were still there, blending into the trees. Reaching the truck, I threw my gear inside and locked the doors, my hands shaking as I started the engine. I drove toward the correct campsite, desperate to find my friends and share what had happened. When I finally arrived and explained everything, one of them grew visibly pale. "You've never heard the stories, have you?" they asked in a low voice. "They say there are watchers in these woods. Campers have vanished here." A chill ran down my spine. I knew then I couldn't stay another night. The forest no longer felt welcoming. It was hostile, hiding something I didn't want to encounter again. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance into the trees, half expecting to see those shadowy figures one last time. The thought lingered, heavy and oppressive. They were still out there, watching, waiting for their next visitor. When I was a kid, I fell in love with Wisconsin. It all started when my parents decided on a last-minute spring getaway to a cozy cabin that had belonged to my grandparents. I adored everything about it: the isolation, the vast meadows perfect for playing all day long. That cabin was my sanctuary, a magical place where everything seemed breathtakingly beautiful. At least it was until a few years ago. In 2019, after my partner and I had been together for 6 years, we finally got married. My parents surprised us by offering to sell us the cabin. Thrilled, we decided to spend our honeymoon there before settling back into our daily routines. Just days after the decision, my husband, Dan, and I were on a flight to our new home. As the rental car rumbled over the familiar gravel road leading to the cabin, the crunch of the stones beneath the tires stirred me from my nap. Dan whistled in awe at the sight of the sprawling land. "Wow, you weren't kidding. This place is incredible," he said. I chuckled. "When are you going to admit I'm always right?" Our playful teasing carried on as Dan parked the car. Before he even finished shutting off the engine, I was outside, breathing in the crisp air. "Hurry up, slowpoke. Our honeymoon awaits," I called out, dragging my suitcase up the stairs. Dan laughed, shaking his head. "Emily, you don't care about the honeymoon right now. You just want to soak up the nostalgia. Rolling my eyes, I snatched the keys from him. Are you calling me old? I teased, unlocking the door. Inside, the air was still and heavy with dust. Furniture sat hidden beneath protective sheets, untouched since my grandparents' passing in 2013. The sight filled me with a bittersweet mix of joy and melancholy. It still felt like home, though it clearly needed a good cleaning. The first few weeks at the cabin were blissful. We spent our days tidying up, reminiscing, and simply enjoying the peace. Midway through our honeymoon, we received unexpected but exciting news. I was pregnant. The baby wasn't planned, but we couldn't have been happier. One night, Dan offered to make the hour-long trip into town to satisfy my sudden cravings for salty chips and mint chocolate ice cream. Alone, I nestled under a blanket on the couch, the soft hum of the TV lulling me towards sleep. Then came the knocking. First, I thought it was part of the show, but as it grew louder, more insistent, I realized someone was at the door. My pulse quickened. It was late and we were miles from anyone. "Elena, let me in," a voice called. Sounded like Dan, but off. His usually warm voice was cold and raspy, carrying an edge that sent chills down my spine. I froze, unable to move or speak. The knocking stopped, replaced by a scraping sound. Claws raked against the outside walls, slowly moving toward the living room. My heart sank as I remembered. I hadn't closed the curtains. I could feel it nearing the window, could sense its gaze. Without thinking, I pulled the blanket over my head like a frightened child. "Top, top, top." A new voice, sinister and guttural, whispered, "I see you." Terror rooted me in place until I heard the familiar jingle of keys at the front door. Dan was home. Whatever was outside growled in frustration before it disappeared into the night. Dan's face fell when he saw my tear-streaked cheeks and trembling frame. He held me close, his presence a balm to my frayed nerves. We called the police, who found claw marks etched into the cabin's walls. My parents reassured us it was likely an animal, but I wasn't convinced. Despite my lingering fear, we moved in, installing security cameras, gates, and other precautions. Over the years, eerie incidents continued. Distant screeches in the woods, carcasses left near the house. But nothing could prepare us for what happened last month. Dan and I were now parents to two wonderful children, Sophia and Max. One evening, our friend Alex called, asking if one of us could cover a shift at the auto shop we worked at together. I volunteered, kissing Dan and the kids goodbye before heading out. Hours later, my phone rang. "Elena, where are you?" Dan's voice was frantic. "Still at work. What's wrong?" "You're outside." My blood ran cold. The thing was back. I left immediately, speeding home, dread mounting with every mile. When I arrived, the gate blocked my path. Dan stayed on the phone, urging me to stay in the car while he opened it from his side. But I could feel it watching me from the trees. A faint tapping started on my car window. My heart raced as I cranked the radio to drown out the sound. Then came a growl, deep and menacing, shaking me to my core. I couldn't take it anymore. Fueled by desperation and anger, I reversed my car, slamming into whatever was behind me. A blood-curdling scream echoed as I sped down the driveway. At the gas station where we regrouped, I clung to Dan and the kids, vowing to protect them. We left the cabin and haven't been back since. Through research, I've come to suspect the creature might have been a Wendigo or a skinwalker. Whatever it was, it turned our paradise into a nightmare we'll never forget. This story takes place in the forests of southern Oregon, where I grew up, a region that's seen many wildfires over the last few years. My brothers and I were heading out to our family's property to tend the garden there. We planned to stay up in the mountains for a week or so to escape the chaos of the city and spend some quality time together. We hadn't been particularly close growing up, so this was a chance to reconnect. At the time, I was 18, eager for some time away to shoot targets, drink some beers, and hopefully bond with my older brothers despite the age gaps between us. It was a Tuesday when we packed my brother's lifted Dodge Ram with supplies, guns, food, fishing gear, and plenty of whiskey and beer. After grabbing lunch, we set off for the property. The place was tucked away on a long dirt road that started as asphalt but quickly turned to gravel as it wound up the mountain. At the top, there was an old, weathered helicopter pad that always intrigued me, though I never figured out why it was there. About 40 minutes into our drive, we arrived at the garden. It was a small, peaceful haven deep in the forest. The property had a cozy cabin my brother built years ago, along with a few outbuildings for cooking, storage, and bathing. It was a slice of paradise where I could enjoy nature and feel completely free. The first few days were amazing. We tended the garden, shared drinks, and explored the old logging trails in the truck. On the fourth day, we had a visitor, an older neighbor whom we'll call Joe. Joe was a classic mountain man, gruff, independent, and fiercely private. He loved his solitude with his dogs and was always respectful of our space. Joe came by to give us a heads up about a mountain lion in the area. One of his dogs, an older one named Daisy, had recently been attacked, so he wanted us to stay vigilant. After Joe left, my brothers decided we should try hunting the mountain lion since one of them had a predator tag to fill. That night, we went to bed early, planning to head out before dawn. The next morning, around 3 a.m., my brothers were ready and waiting for me. I took a quick shower, sprayed my clothes with scent block, and grabbed my .308 rifle. With a mug of coffee and a cigarette, I joined them, eager for the adventure. My brothers, seasoned outdoorsmen, had been visiting this property for over a decade and knew the land like the backs of their hands. After an hour of slow hiking, we reached a natural spring that fed a small creek. The spring formed a shallow pool that served as a watering hole for local wildlife, especially during the dry summer months. We set up 2 blinds about 200 yards away, with the wind in our favor. It was a perfect spot to wait. As dawn broke, we quietly whispered about Joe and his dog while keeping an eye on the spring. Suddenly, a raccoon approached the pool but bolted in a panic, as though terrified. We exchanged confused glances, unsure what had scared it. Moments later, something emerged from the brush near the water. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It resembled a wolf, but its head was unnaturally large and square, almost like a massive pit bull. Its hind legs were oddly shaped, almost resembling those of a deer. We stared in silence, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. Then it looked directly at us. My oldest brother raised his .30-06 rifle immediately but didn't fire. I was baffled at how it spotted us. We hadn't made a sound and were positioned upwind, making it nearly impossible for it to detect us. Its mouth opened, emitting a high-pitched squeal that reminded me of nails on a chalkboard. I shouldered my rifle, heart pounding, ready to shoot. But before any of us could react, the creature let out an ear-piercing shriek, like a broken siren, and sprinted into the forest. We sat there in stunned silence before deciding to head back. On the way, my oldest brother revealed that he'd seen its teeth when it snarled at us. They were sharp, like those of a big cat or predator. Shaken, we stopped by Joe's place to tell him what had happened. Joe listened intently, then shared a chilling story. He told us he believed we had encountered something similar to what he'd seen years ago. A strange, deer-like creature that mimicked other animals but wasn't quite right. He called it a shapeshifter, something local native legends spoke of. Joe hadn't seen it in decades and thought it had long since disappeared, but now he was convinced it had returned. We left Joe's place with heavy minds, returning to the cabin. Though the rest of our stay was uneventful, I couldn't shake the fear of what we'd witnessed. That creature wasn't like anything in the natural world. So, if you're ever in the mountains near Maple Creek and hear an eerie shriek in the woods, be cautious. It might be the same thing we encountered. Hiking in the northern hills every year. My close friend Greg and I visit his grandparents at their cabin in a cozy, peaceful village nestled in the northern hills of Tennessee. Greg, his grandpa, and I are all outdoorsy types, so we always find exciting activities to do in the area. One evening, we decided to try a nighttime hike on a path not far from the cabin. Now, this wasn't your typical hiking trail. It was more like a dirt and gravel road that hunters, campers, and off-road bikers often used. As we arrived at the trailhead, we noticed an old, worn-out, black Jeep SUV parked near the entrance with two men in their 40s sitting inside. Even though the area is generally safe, shady individuals sometimes roam these remote woods. To avoid any trouble, we chose another trail about half a mile down the road. We drove about 60 feet into the second trail, parking out of sight from the main road, and set off on our hike. The hike started out great, but about a mile in, we heard a dog barking from what seemed like a few hundred feet away. The barking didn't stop, and we couldn't tell if the dog was loose or tied up. Worried it might approach or even attack us, we decided to turn back. As we got closer to the truck, about 1,000 feet away, we saw another vehicle parked behind Greg's grandpa's truck. The car's engine was running, and its headlights illuminated the trail. It was unsettling. Why would anyone park behind a random truck at 10 p.m. in such a secluded area? The trail's parking spot wasn't visible from the road, so they had to drive in to find it. We stood still for several minutes, trying to spot any movement, but the darkness and distance made it impossible to see clearly. Thankfully, a large tree next to the trail provided cover, so whoever was in the car couldn't see us either. Greg's grandpa pulled out some night vision binoculars we had brought along, but even those didn't reveal much. We decided to wait, hoping the car would leave. But after about 10 minutes, to our horror, it drove around the truck and started heading down the trail, toward us. Reacting quickly, we scrambled up a hill beside the trail and hid behind a fallen log. Moments later, the same beat-up black Jeep SUV we had seen earlier drove past the spot where we'd been standing just seconds before. The SUV's windows were rolled down, and it slowed as it passed, sending my heart racing. We were terrified the men would stop or, worse, get out and search for us. Fortunately, they kept going without stopping. Once the SUV disappeared from view, we dashed back to the truck, jumped in, and sped away. While it may not sound as terrifying as other stories, it was one of the scariest experiences of our lives. To this day, we don't know what those men wanted. My guess is they were hiding something deeper in the woods and thought we were intruding. A lot could have gone wrong. What if they had arrived while we were at the truck? What if they slashed our tires? What if they had turned off their headlights and waited for us to return? If we'd been just a few seconds slower, we might have been spotted, and who knows what might have happened.